Good TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know, I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. Ice Cube is under attack from FBA for stabbing us in the back. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, revolution is a way of life, and revolution is for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I got some revolutionary breakfast for y'all this morning. Let's get into the content. Salute.
It hurts because, you know, it's all kind of different situations been going around, you know, as far as immigration. But to see people like disrespected like that, and, you know, the federal government just, you know, being too heavy-handed and disrespectful, going to churches and weddings and, you know, grabbing people out of those schools. And, you know, it's like, come on, man, you know, y'all just,
because there's a way to do it, right?
Overdoing it, you know, and then the country flip-flops. First it's cool, then it's not, then it's cool, then it's not. You know, it's like,
boy,
how could somebody
be out there? They scared to stand on it out there. They scared of them essays out there on that West Coast, boy. A lot of them all.
Somebody even keep up with what's going on. So it's just, it's sad, man. I can't wait till this period is over. You know, it's like, I don't know how we're gonna get to the end, but this is just it's crazy to see people dragged out of the spots of refuge, you know.
No, once it's over, there's gonna be a lot to clean up for the next guy.
Well, yeah, and then like everything is empty. You know what I'm saying? Like, because when you do that to you do that to so-called people who are you know, what they call illegal. And now you get the people who legal don't want to come out because they don't want to deal with your ass either. Right. So, you know, everybody's staying home. You know, so
I'm legal and I don't want to come out.
Thank you, because you don't want nobody to come hassle you or even want to look at your license and your shit. You know, it's like,
right? Because now they're just grabbing because of the skin color.
Exactly. So nobody's safe, man. You know, and they don't care who they grab. Really, they don't care who they grab.
They don't.
It's sad.
Elderly, kids, women, children, doesn't matter.
Everybody. You know, it's like crazy. They come in and disrespect everybody and want to traumatize people.
100%.
You know, that's part of it too. They want to traumatize the ones that's looking, not just the ones that's being. They just, it's a whole tactic that's been using forever, and it's played out.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Ice Cube just said a bunch of bullshit.
You can't serve two masters, Cube.
Trying to make a business decision on
I said you can't serve two masters, Cube. Can't do it. Okay, I get it. You're in a bad situation. You're on a podcast. Brother Cruz, probably a podcast you've been on before. Hispanic brothers talking about what's going on with the immigration reform, border, all this shit. You from a state that's got a heavy Latino population. I get it. Here's the thing, and this is what I had to come to, this conclusion I had to come to. I'm not you. You're not me. But if it was me, I stand on my square and I say like this. These are unapplauded actions of our government in the manner in which they carry out the thing. But make no mistake about it, some things gotta change. Because my people catching hell. I don't want anybody to suffer. Nobody. That's not my goal. I don't wake up in the morning and say, I want somebody's family to suffer. I want to see dads or moms or kids crying because somebody got deported. But here's the deal, Johnson. There'll be black people crying who can't get jobs. And I know you're going to tell me, This don't impact it. This got nothing to do with it. America itself puts black people on the bottom of the pie. So to me, any immigration is not going to be a bonus to black Americans. That's just how I see it. And that's who I'm advocating for. So that's how I'm riding. You cannot be divided on this issue if you're Tim Black. I can't do it. I will not do it. I refuse. I guess I could do it if I wanted to be like Cube. I wanted to be a lame. But in order for me to be who I need to be in this moment in time, in my life, where I'm at in my advocacy, I got to stand on my square. And I got to say, there got to be ways to do it, which can be more. I can only say, I'm sure there are other ways that things can be done that are more emotionally sensitive to the children and to the people at hand. But I'm going to tell you, man, there's really no nice way to pick somebody up for a warrant. No nice way. I mean, you ever get picked up for a warrant? Anybody ever had a warrant exercise on them? I have. You ever been driving on the way to a movie or something, run a light and not hit the brakes right on the stop sign, get pulled over, and then find out, oh, that's damn, I didn't pay that. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's no nice way for that to happen. Now, luckily, I'm not leaving the country. I'm just going to have to go before the judge, get out, and then pay the thing. You know, this happened years ago, but still, I remember it very well, Johnson. Okay, so there's no nice way to deal with law enforcement. There's no nice way to go down to the station for anything, whether it's jaywalking, deportation, or whatever it is. Okay, whatever it is, it's never fun. Holding cells are no fun. Getting processed is no fun. So I don't know how you do it a nice way. I really don't, Johnson. But see, I got to look at it the other way. I got to say, what was Biden thinking when Biden let in the floodgates for 3.5 years? He just said, come on in, America. Come on in, South America. Come on in, Asia. Come on in, whoever, anybody. It was crazy. If it doesn't impact you and it makes it cheaper for you to get your lawn cut, I guess you don't care. But for the people that are impacted from the resources from their local community, Chicago's broke now. I don't live in Chicago, but I heard it's broke. Boston, where the average black family was worth like $7, somehow came up with millions of dollars for undocumented migrants. And when asked, how much did you spend on the undocumented migrants? She said, we don't count. We don't count how much we spend. We take care of our people when they come here. Yo, this is real talk, man. So, look, I got to stand on what I stand on here. As for Dale Hughley saying, hey, man, Trump's a horrible mofo, and how dare Ice Cube now act like he feels, what word he used, reticent? Now, yeah, Ice Cube, how dare Ice Cube now talk as if he is reticent about this? He should have known that Trump was going to do this. It was telegraphed, and now he wants to conduct his. He wants to. I believe he will act as if he has trepidation for the situation that has befall the people. Listen, DL can say whatever you want to say. That's fine. He's right. He's right though, Cube. He's right. You supported Trump. You say you didn't, but you did. Like I said, you can't serve two masters. You got to say, hey, I agree with changing the immigration policies. I don't get a vote on how they do it. I don't get a vote on going to people's schools and picking up kids. What are you talking about? I don't even know if this is true or not. Going to people's jobs, we do that all the time. That happen to black people all the time. I don't know where y'all been, but people that get warrants and people get things served on them, that happens anywhere. You could be anywhere doing anything. At least saw TV, you watch TV, right? You do know in the cop shows, when they go pick up people, and people don't be just chilling, sitting there doing nothing, just waiting for the cop to come get them. No, people be doing all types of stuff. So that happens to regular citizens every day, all day. We are the mass incarcerator. See, once again, guys, we talking as if we don't already live in a country that's over-policed. We talk as if we're not the number one jailer of our own people. This is what America does to its own people. You're talking as if what's befalling, what's happening with undocumented people is different from what's happening to American citizens, man. Check yourself. Check yourself. There is no dignity in a pat-down strip search. Some of us get it right at the airport, man. What are you talking about? It's just like they cry in a river as if these people are made of glass. You're in America now. You don't get treated like this. This is how you get treated when you ain't got your paperwork. When you late on a bill. You don't pay your ticket. You don't pay your child support. This is what they do. This is what they've been doing. Oh, you don't like being racially profiled? Welcome to America. You should have checked the pamphlet. They've been racially profiling us since before we were set free. We've been racially profiling this country since the word go. Why is people acting like this is brand new concepts? Oh, I get it. Black people are supposed to be all benevolent. What's happened to us, we can't want that to happen to anybody else. Oh, this is why I break with my brother, Dr. Cornel West. God love him. God love him, but hey, look, I wasn't put on this earth. My people weren't put on this earth to suffer the slings and arrows and the whips and the chains for other people get to skip down the Murray Brick Road. That's not what my people were put here to do. Now here he's an ordained, he's very close to his faith. He sees things differently. I disagree with him fundamentally. Not saying he's a bad person. Got love for that brother. Very kind words to me and my wife at a time of need. Him and his wife. Very, very thoughtful, considerate, loving brother, man. More than this political shit. But I disagree that black people gotta be, that we should be the pin cushion for all of America's pains, and then everybody else supposed to just skip on by and nothing happens. No, you're gonna feel shit too. What, you thought you just come take jobs, make money, sit at home, and it just be Alice in Wonderland in a fantasy land? There is no fantasy land. You're being used, and you're being used against us. And I'm not supposed to sit back and be happy and smile about that shit. And I'm not Ice Cube. I'm not gonna pretend that it's all at the end of the world, that people have to live like we've been having to live ourselves. And maybe next time y'all decide to have a brown and black coalition, maybe now it won't be so fucking one-sided. Maybe now the brown people will actually know what it's like, what the black people been going through all this time. Somebody remind them we've been going through this shit the entire time. No, I don't think it's right to split up families. But what were y'all talking about this shit when it was Obama doing it? It wasn't that long ago, Johnson. I had a show at the time. I know when it was happening, I was covering it. It wasn't that long ago. I'm acting like we talking in the 70s or some shit. It's just happened. The amount of people, look, man, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna be out. First thing I want to say is I do not find joy in the pain of others. I wasn't raised that way. I do not find joy in the pain of others, the suffering of other people. I got a problem with people having an indifference to our suffering, though. That I have a problem with. People who say they are decent, upstanding people, realistic, above board, real people with me, being real with me. What if it was you? And what I mean by that, what if, let me just put it this way. Why do you think Biden let in so many people? Why did Biden let in more people than any other president has ever done in the history of our country? What was the reason, the driving motivation behind that? And if you say he's a saint from heaven with godly thoughts, that's why he did it. Jump in front of something moving. Jump in front of something moving real fast, man. I lied. One other point. Back in 2008, 2009, 2010, and 11, somewhere around there, 8, 9, 10, yeah. Obama first term. If Obama deported the amount of people that Trump supported, he probably would quit his job. Because Obama deported more people than any other president. And I didn't hear it on the news often. It wasn't discussed in mixed company. It wasn't talked about. And I didn't see Pelosi or I didn't see AOC wasn't in office, but I don't recall it being a real big problem for Keith Olbermann. I don't recall SNL doing skits on the shit. I don't recall Ice Cube being on the TV or in the interviews.
Ice Cube made a business
complaining about it.
Sold the people out from
having a self-filled moment. I don't know what's going on in there.
And they live
this ain't right, man.
Way too much out there.
And I mess with Ice Cube. What I'm saying, this has been going on all that time. It's been going on all this time. Only thing Ice Cube said that I gotta agree with is America needs to make its mind up about what policy it wants to have. It has been back and forth. We had Obama deporting the hell out of people, setting records on deportations. Then you had a mass swing when Trump came in and shut that shit down, but not as much as Obama, right? Then we had Biden come and turn the faucet the entire opposite way. And then we had Trump come back and seal it off, burn it, and bury the whole deep. You know what I'm saying? So it's all over the map. I will give Cube that. It has been all over the map. It's got to be nauseating if you're a person going through that, dealing with what is the hell is going on? Like, it's a roller coaster, man, of emotions. It's unstable, instability. I agree with that part. That part is dead on about. These are people's lives. We need to pick the way we want our country to be and stay that way. That's what needs to happen. I got to fight for Black Americans. We at the bottom, and being at the bottom is not a place to be for the people that helped build this country, who built this country for free against our will and didn't profit from it. How dare you think you should be able to come and profit from it, and we won't go say shit. You know, if it was the other way around, you'd be saying the same thing. You'd be doing more. I don't want to hear that shit. Cut it, kill it, stop the madness, cut the cap. Kid Capri be on this motherfucker complaining too. So would Fat Joe. All of them be complaining. John Leguizamo would be a whole different motherfucker. It was his people. Let it be black people came to America after they done had their foot, somebody had the foot in their ass for 300 years. And all the rights, and secured all the rights, and people died. Medgar Evers got his damn head blown off in his driveway. And we got these people that come over here and then pass us up in home ownership in 50 years? In 50 years. And the entire industry's like, nah, we ain't gonna hire y'all no more. We gonna hire these people over here. What? You wouldn't be benevolent. Nah, you wouldn't be friendly. Nah, Cube, they wouldn't be friendly. It'd be a whole different podcast. They suddenly be very nationalistic all of a sudden. If it was the other, because it's crazy, but ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. It'd be a whole different story. I'm not fooled. I'm not fooled, and I'm not fooled. Okay? All right, so we need to come up with something, guys. Let me know what y'all think, man. I'm just being as honest as I can be, and I stated before, and I stand on this. I stand on this for anybody concerned or interested. If you're a Black American and you talking about you advocating for Black America, and I don't care if you're a Black American, if you say I'm an advocate for Black Americans, but if you don't have a critical analysis of our immigration policies, critical, beef with it. If you don't have beef with it, if you ain't critical of our immigration policy under Biden, then you really ain't advocating for Black America. And quiet as it's kept, you're not advocating for poor white people either, or working class white people either, or working class Latinos, or working class people, period. Cross the yard, Johnson.
This is the moment of truth. One of the things that the Black media has told you for the longest time is that there is no substitute for the moral authority and legitimacy of the foundational Black American struggle. There simply isn't. A lot of people have tried to imitate it, but none have been able to duplicate it. And their own weak attempts to try to ape what we do just hasn't worked. Just look at Politico, for example. You can tell that the memo's gone out that Black folks are simply going to have to be made to get in line with all of this supporting illegal immigration stuff, and they're mad as hell that it ain't happening. Just last week, you had a Politico hit piece that might as well have been called "All of those Black media folks who are opposing illegal immigration, here's why you're wrong." That's what it should have been called. You look at the wording that this Politico piece uses. It's clearly low-key aimed at the Black grassroots, and it's meant to refute what we say. That's basically what it is. It's almost a point-by-point refutation of what we've been saying. Under the headline, it says, "Militarized federal encroachments on public life provoke strong, even violent responses, even among those who agree with their aims." Now, that couldn't be more clear, now could it? Considering that this guy went out of his way to make Black people the subject of this propaganda, he might as well have said, "All of you B1 Black media types, you people may agree with the feds using force to remove these illegals, but it's going to provoke a strong, even violent response." But as we'll see later on, the author wasn't merely warning about the possibility of violence. He later goes on to justify it, and he tries to use our history and our icons to do it. In fact, that was the entire point of this little propaganda piece. See, they've tried to have these corrupt, lying misleaders claim that Black people support illegal immigration. Why, it's no different than chattel slavery. In fact, you had a number of people who recently have been trying to push that exact same lie. They said to send in the Black celebrities, a lot of them tethers, who would say that we support illegal immigration. But the Black grassroots didn't go for the okie doke. We're not supporting anything. Instead, we pushed back hard enough where they've seen it. The social media posts, the videos, the podcast, and Twitter spaces. The message has been loud, clear, and most of all, undeniable. You couldn't miss it. They tried to con us. They tried to guilt trip us, tried to coerce us. None of it's worked. So now they're just flat out lying about us. They failed to get us to say that we support immigration, and now the white media is having to do it themselves. And when I say do it themselves, I mean that literally. You have this white guy over at Politico who put out this propaganda piece saying that ICE is in danger of overplaying their hand. And then he goes on to make a false comparison between the ICE raids and the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. Talk about a reach, but as usual, they're always trying to drag Black people into these things that have nothing to do with us. Their shills and liars and con men and con women couldn't get any traction. So the white media is using their enormous apparatus to see if they can just catapult the propaganda themselves. The Fugitive Slave Act, as the name implied, was a law passed by the federal government authorizing white men and whomever they deputized to hunt down enslaved Black people who escaped their captors. And if they made it to the North, where they claimed slavery wasn't legal, then these slave catchers had the federal government's authority to catch or even kidnap Black people and drag them back into captivity. Now, the first thing that needs to be known here, the Fugitive Slave Act was not a deportation act. It wasn't about catching Black people and sending them off to some other country. So that's the first reason why it's a fraud and a lie to invoke the Fugitive Slave Act in order to cover up illegal aliens breaking into this country. Secondly, the Black people who were being caught up in the fugitive slave persecution, they could be and often were caught up regardless of their legal status. The people being detained by ICE are being shown far more humanity and kindness and due process than our ancestors were shown under the Fugitive Slave Act, or even today for that matter. Just take a look at how Black people are routinely locked up without trial and in many cases even without charges if you want examples of that. ICE checks people's papers. They work to make sure that the people that they're detaining aren't supposed to be in the country, and nobody's shot any of them yet, something that routinely happens under the Fugitive Slave Act. And let's remember that when people say these illegal aliens have legal status, those are pure weasel words. What they mean is that when the illegals get to the southern border, all they have to do is lie and claim that they're trying to escape persecution of some sort, claim that they're scared of the gangs back in the home country or whatever, and they'll be immediately allowed in and told that, well, you got to go appear before a judge in a few weeks. And the judge, of course, will decide whether their asylum claim is valid. Most of the time, the judges never actually get around to seeing them. They just let them stay anyway. But the lie the illegal alien advocates like to use is that the undocumented immigrants, as they call them, aren't in the country illegally because the fact that they were told to appear before a judge gives them, well, legal status. The weasel words are, well, nobody said that they were in the country as legal citizens, but they have begun the start of due process, and pending the outcome of their judicial hearing, that gives them legal status. They are here pending their hearing. Last time I checked, nobody ever bent over backwards to ignore the Fugitive Slave Act. They enforced it and didn't care about your legal status. So this site's character is lying when he tries to compare black people being kidnapped by white marauders in the 19th century to the kid-glove treatment that illegal aliens get in the 21st. The illegals getting rounded up are not being taken to some plantation to be beaten, raped, and killed. Their children aren't being sold to some inbred plantation owner either. In fact, they get exactly the opposite treatment. Not only are these illegals not sold into slavery, but they get all kinds of free government money, free housing, free education. Their rights are respected and upheld. Hell, they got rights above and beyond everybody else. They get a raft of government programs for immigrants and all kinds of corporate set-asides for immigrants. This for people who aren't even citizens, aren't even in the country legally. So where the hell is the comparison? Black people aren't the ones getting rounded up. Black people aren't even being harassed by any of these ICE raids. So why are they trying to make it seem like, well, black people, this has something to do with you too? No, it doesn't. For once, we're the ones who are not catching hell. And that's the part that they don't like. As far as they're concerned, this is the world turned upside down. And yet the white media is losing their minds and trying to drag us into this anyway, because this is the con they've run for generations now. Misusing and vandalizing our history and our struggle in order to sanitize their interests. And the people they're doing this for are the ones who practice violent anti-black racism against us every single day. Look at these people ICE is rounding up. They've been attacking and demonizing black people for generations now. If these immigrant groups had been around in the 1850s, they would have been helping carry out the Fugitive Slave Act. They wouldn't have been opposing it. Now look at the weasel words this Joshua Seitz character uses. He has a huge image of a 19th century engraving dramatizing the Fugitive Slave Act, and then he has a legend under it saying a group of 4 black men, possibly freedmen, ambushed by a posse of 6 armed white men in a cornfield. So they've heard us using the term freedmen, and here they are trying to hijack it. I'd like to know which of these immigrant groups was opposing the Fugitive Slave Act. You have Asians who claim that they were working on the railroads during the mid-19th century. Great. So were they opposing the Fugitive Slave Act during that time? See, everyone wants to violate and bastardize our history for their own ends. But when you ask them what moral stance they can point to from their own history, you get crickets. But as I alluded to earlier, this politico-historical hit piece does more than just try to twist our history into a justification for illegal immigration. This Seitz person also pushes the idea that violence against ICE agents is also morally justified because of the opposition to the Fugitive Slave Act. In his propaganda piece, Seitz wrote that, quote, black abolitionists like Frederick Douglass, himself formerly enslaved, came to welcome armed resistance to the fugitive slave law, encouraging free black Americans and their white sympathizers to greet slave catchers with a hospitality befitting the place and occasion. More specifically, they should be murdered in your streets. He was a peace man, he insisted, but white men who willingly acted as bloodhounds, hunting down human beings to return them to slavery, had no right to live. I do believe that 2 or 3 dead slaveholders will make this law a dead letter, Douglass wrote. Now look at all the deliberate omissions that this guy had to make. Frederick Douglass was talking about returning people to slavery, not returning them to the country that they illegally entered from. So this guy is making it clear that killing 2 or 3 ICE agents would make Trump's ICE deportation order a dead letter. These are white people writing and publishing this, mind you, openly advocating that federal agents be killed merely for enforcing the law and trying to misuse our history to justify it. Frederick Douglass would never have approved of killing ICE agents just for deporting people. Douglass opposed sending free black people back into the living hell of the barbarous and satanic plantation owners. There were people being deported in the 19th century, you know, during the lifetime of Frederick Douglass, both before the end of slavery as well as after it. And Frederick Douglass never opposed the government searching for people and carrying out deportations under law. The Chinese Exclusion Act was passed in 1882, and that paved the way to not only exclude Chinese immigrants, but to also deport them too. Frederick Douglass died in 1895, which was 13 years after the Chinese Exclusion Act was passed, so he had plenty of years to oppose deportations, only he didn't. So if the Joshua Seitzes of the world want to reach for some historical example of how ICE is on the wrong side of history, let him use the history and experience of the people who are being rounded up, not ours. Don't try to pervert and twist our history and to try to make our moral ancestors seem like they would agree with the corrupt opportunism that the illegal aliens engage in. Next, they'll be claiming that Dr. King would have opposed the ICE raids and that he would have advocated for nonviolent resistance to ICE, or if it turned violent, he would have explained that, well, violence against ICE is the voice of the unheard, etc., etc. When it comes to opportunism, there is no bottom. They'll say whatever they think they have to in order to point to our own morally infallible struggle and pretend as if that's going to sanitize the blatant criminality and racism of the illegals. See, the problem is that unlike during the BLM protest, where you had the shills, bootlicks, and a lot of tethers and foreign flags who were ready to jump out a window to protect DACA, there's none of that foolishness going on today. Black people have declared that this isn't our fight, and we're staying out of it. This is the new normal. And there's nothing they can do about it. The white left was just so certain that there was going to be some groundswell of opposition to ICE, but that never materialized. The shills and bootlicks who were willing to jump in front of the cameras and make fools of themselves 10 years ago, they're not around today. In fact, most black people aren't even listening to them. So there won't be any convenient black faces trying to give the false impression that we're supporting illegal immigration or immigration in general. When we said we're sitting this one out, we meant it. We don't need some white media mouthpiece to lie about our heroes. We know what they stood for. We are their ethnic and ideological successors. We know what they would have wanted, and they didn't want all this illegal immigration to go unchecked. Seitz tries to use a pretzel tortured bit of imaginary historical analysis that the Fugitive Slave Act was the piece of legislation that eventually turned people against slavery because of how overbearing the slave catchers were. Fine, but he's putting forward the idea that the ICE deportation authorization could lead to more laws at the state and federal levels and make deportations unpopular because, well, he doesn't actually say how that would work. He just says people wouldn't like it. In the 19th century, the slave catchers were clearly in the wrong, and the runaway slaves were not breaking any laws. They weren't refusing to assimilate. They weren't attacking the white population, and they weren't waving foreign flags either. In the 21st century, we have exactly the opposite dynamic. Whatever violence or property damage or illegality the slave catchers carried out, you cannot compare that to ICE. The illegals, on the other hand, they're much more like the slave catchers when it comes to lawlessness. But that's something that apparently this Seitz character didn't read a history book on. And that's why black people not only are staying out of this fight, but if the Joshua Seitzes of the world want to try to twist our heroes and lie about our history to turn it into some sort of justification and validation of illegal immigration, then we could easily go from being neutral observers to active supporters of ICE. Black people are on code on this issue, and it's not bootlick media like roly-poly who's got the pulse. It is, as usual, the black media. The white media just knew that there would be massive protests to the ICE raids and that they would have black folks out front eager to be in front of the cameras to be the stars of the show. But we told you that that wasn't going to happen. These same immigrants don't stand up for themselves in their own countries. They're not about to find their spine here in the US. So this is the power of us being on code and staying on message. The white media is having to do their own dirty work. We refuse to support the lie that the 14th Amendment applies to anyone other than us. The 14th Amendment was never meant to be a way to circumvent the legal naturalization process, but that's what it's been perverted into. The same way you have these white media propagandists trying to do the same thing with the Fugitive Slave Act. They could care less about the law. This is about trying to lend the good offices and the unassailable morality of our struggle to people who it doesn't apply to. Nobody can question how we've been oppressed, and they can't make any false comparisons either. This is why we talk about immigration so much, because that's how we keep it front of mind and make sure that what the Black grassroots is saying on the issue is seen by as many people as possible. And this is the result. And just to show how the message from us has resonated, the white media can't even bring out the usual clowns to prop up their lies. They don't have any convenient Negroes who'll get in front of the cameras this time. That bird ain't gonna fly. So, Sites and the rest of the white media over at Politico, they can forget about Black people going for the con game anymore. The Fugitive Slave Act is history, and so is Black people putting on the cape for anyone else. Good day, and be one.
However, I figured it out. They want me to stop elevating my ancestors' history. They want me to be silent in my country. They want me to line up behind their priorities while my people and communities continue to struggle in our country.
Hello, Freedman family and our riders. Happy Black August. Now, the little snippet you watched before was Representative Carla Cunningham out of North Carolina. And honey, she read her own party, the Democrats, to filth for overlooking Black issues and struggles. I mean, had them shook and bothered. Now, that came about because in North Carolina, they just passed a new law, Bill 318, and they got a lot of them mad. Now, this bill mandates that sheriffs and judges notify ICE anytime someone is charged with a felony or a misdemeanor. And it doesn't matter if it's stealing, fraud, DUI, or anything else. If your immigration status is unclear, the suspect can be held for up to 48 hours so ICE can decide what to do. Now, the bill bothered people so bad that even the governor of North Carolina, Governor Stein, tried to veto it, but lawmakers actually overrode him. Now, this bill is supposed to come into effect October 1st, 2025. I'm not even going to hold you. Let's go ahead and get into this video. Now, I'm going to warn you ahead of time that I'm going to keep stopping and addressing some of the things that she says. But oh, honey, she did not hold back. And many of our so-called friends or play allies, they not happy. Let's start listening. And oh, yeah, we going to talk.
Today is a new day. But I'd like to take a moment to reintroduce myself to each of you. I am ADOS. American descendants of slaves. I am a Black American, and I am an American. I'm going to present my case in support of House Bill 318, as it is time for my unapologetic truth to be shared with all of you. First, as a people, we need to recognize that it's not just the numbers that matter, but also where the immigrants come from and the culture they bring with them to another country. As the social scientists report, all cultures are not equal. Some immigrants come and believe they can function in isolation.
You didn't tell not one lie yet. It's time for FBA to realize this is our country. It is. We're the original natives here. We're the ones that built a civilization here. And our boat stop is different. You know why? Because everybody has left their boat stop to come to ours. We've made it comfortable and they come to ours and benefit. And she didn't lie also when she said many of the people who come here from other groups refuse to adapt to the American ways of life. No other country would allow them to do that. And it's gone on for so long that they don't want to be corrected, even with the language here. Everything is in English or Espanol. Now, of course, like I said, we got other groups coming here, but you're in an English-speaking country and you got to choose between English or Spanish. No. And you guys, you know what I noticed all over TikTok? You got a lot of these people saying they're taking our jobs because they're bilingual. Well, that could be true. But guess what? You got the administration in now that's putting a stop to that. In fact, Donald Trump actually signed an executive order making English the official language. Some people are happy about that and some are not. But I could tell you one thing. I can remember my cousin going for a job in Miami, Florida, and he did not get that job, even though he was qualified, because he wasn't bilingual. He isn't the only one I know that has experienced that. But isn't that discrimination, though? I'm just asking, isn't that discrimination when you won't hire somebody, isn't that discrimination? I don't understand, maybe I'm tripping.
To adapt. They have come to our country for many reasons, but I suggest they must assimilate, adapt to the culture of the country they wish to live in. No country is going to allow people to come in and not acknowledge its constitution, legal systems, and laws. They will not tolerate it. So do you think I can go to another country and set up my own rules to live by, use the language I choose, and then tell that country that you must speak my language? That's not going to happen, nor should it.
Again, did she lie? No other country would allow you to lay up there, get a baby, and push them out on their soil, and you automatically become a citizen of their country. No, citizenship is based on lineage. So I don't understand why it would be any different here than any other place. People have been too comfortable for far too long doing what they want to do, and it's just not being accepted, or at least not by this current administration. A lot of these people are so spoiled with doing what they want to do. They're actually fighting and protesting ICE and trying to make it seem like it's a just cause when it's not. One thing I hate is when people bring up the civil rights movement or they compare any of our struggles with other people. That is so disrespectful. None of them are like us, and nobody has experienced what we have. And when we were protesting, or anytime we fought back, we were fighting to be treated fairly in this country, not to be able to break laws in the country. Two totally different things. Now, this is a fellow Democrat of hers bashing being ignorant and childish, all because she's mad, or they're mad. She chose to place her own people's group self-interest first. I guess she didn't follow that code that she was supposed to. And one by one, people are actually waking up to the blue bullies. That's what I call them, because they don't like when you say anything about the Democrats, or when you question anything, or pretty much when you talk about Black people or FBA. They get to insulting you or telling you need a civics class, or harping on what the Republicans have not done. But the Republicans haven't promised us anything. I believe every bit of Representative Cunningham, because I see it in the comments all the time on social media. And we're the only people who are expected to be loyal to one party. And that party don't do a damn thing for us, but use the things that our ancestors and elders have fought for to enrich others and pull them up over us.
As a country, the United States has been more tolerant than most other countries. Other countries are making it much more difficult to get citizenship. We have been naive. We have been exploited and abused by the different tactics to gain citizenship in America. It's time to wake up. Global migration in the past was not projected to be as it is today. We must establish new rules to address a distinct type of migration that we are facing in our country, state, and cities. It's time to turn the conveyor belt off and adopt a global migration suitable for the times that we're in. And that is not destabilizing our communities. A large number of people entering a country can change it forever. In conclusion, let me share with you all what happens when a woman lawmaker like myself choose to move differently. Yes, I was degraded for my vote. Yes, I was called racist for my vote. And yes, I was said I was trash. However, I figured it out. They want me to stop elevating my ancestors' history. They want me to be silent in my country. They want me to line up behind their priorities while my people and communities continue to struggle in our country. Mr. Speaker.
Had to stop this again, y'all. Look at all the noise they making while she talking because they know she not lying and they don't want to hear it. I mean, listen to all that noise. And that right there, that disrespectful way, that arrogant way is why the Democrats lost a lot of the grassroots people. Because we have watched them tell us that they can't do anything for us, or they just go to blame Republicans. It is what it is. But they doing all this stuff for everybody else. Oh, and no study needed, and they don't have to go through no type of committee. So you need an example? Look at what both parties did for the Asians. They gave them a hate crime bill. They passed it in 2020. The Republicans and Democrats got together and passed that bill for them. When they sat up there and created that fake narrative that we were attacking those people, when it wasn't even us. And some of those stories really look staged. You know, maybe it's just me. Notice the Democrats ain't said nothing but the Republicans then. Need another example how they put everybody else ahead of us and are disrespectful to us, just like how they disrespecting Representative Cunningham? Look at what they do or have done to the Tulsa survivors. The last two remaining people are in their 100s, and they made these people jump through hoops, go through a committee just to be approved for court, just for them to finally deny these people justice. I couldn't tell you how many times I've heard them folks say, well, nobody was alive from back then, or nobody owned a slave. It's all in the past. Well, they're alive. Just say you didn't want to pay reparations. Just say you're not okay with Black people getting nothing. See, I'd respect you more if you just tell the truth. And I'd rather an honest enemy than a fake friend. And see, the Democrats are a true fake friend. See, they love blaming everything on Trump or the Republicans. I mean, they do. But notice they'll call out the Republicans, quote unquote, racism, but they don't do a damn thing about the racist things that go on or the discrimination that we face that they always talking about. And a lot of people are starting to notice this, and we've been noticing for a long time. How is it that y'all can work together, Democrats and Republicans, to get a bill passed for the Asians, but then the Democrats sat up there and blame the Republicans because they couldn't pass the George Floyd bill? Oh, they work together when they want to. King Malcolm X didn't tell one lie when he gave both parties a smoke. Look at how disrespectful they're being to this lady because she's calling out the truth. And this has been going on for a while, actually. Them disrespecting us, talking down to us. Look at what they did. Look at what Obama did, to our Black men when he wanted Black men to vote for Kamala. I'm glad they lit his behind up. Who is he to chastise and talk down to people when he sat his behind up there and wouldn't dare say anything to her community? He didn't say anything to the Asians. He didn't chastise or say anything about her husband's community. He know better. And it was arrogance that made him approach Black men. That's why you name mud out here. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to simmer down for a minute. I mean, I got hot when I started thinking about that. Didn't do a thing for us, but talking down to us. And believe it or not, he has been talking down to us for a long time. Now, you can't need somebody to vote for you and you're condescending or rude. I mean, these people are so doggone disrespectful, demanding things from us, but don't never demand from the people who get the tangibles from them. How dare he sit up there and chastise Black men and women and come up with all these fake narratives, just all of them about why she lost. No, she lost because she said she wasn't going to do anything for Black people, FBA. I mean, she didn't demand anything from Asians. I got to keep reiterating that. And she should have, because they got a hate crime bill from her. What about her husband's community? All the businesses in his community, they benefiting, but you didn't say nothing to them. Now, let's carry on.
Lady will suspend momentarily. Members, it's not a kindergarten class. I look up and I see full-grown adults, many of you senior citizens, and you're clearly trying to make noise like a young child might when they're having to sit in a classroom and listen. So please, you're not doing anything by making these noises. And if the Sergeant at Arms sees the lady who just was making the noise, the Sergeant at Arms has chairs direction to go ahead and remove the lady. Again, folks, please, we're allowing folks on both sides of this issue to speak. If you want to come down here and debate, go run for public office. Thank you. Lady continues to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, they want me to line up behind their priorities while my people and communities continue to struggle in our country. Is this not your country? This is my country. With the good and the not so good, this is my country, 'tis of thee. Now, if you want to adapt to my country, not isolate yourself and come here legally, I welcome you. But today, I am telling you, I am not going to be silenced by those who disagree with my ideology on the issue at hand. Because the blood of my ancestors.
Mr. Speaker.
1 second, Representative Cunningham. For what purpose is the lady from New Hanover, Representative Butler?
I feel like we're getting into personal territory and maligning the character of the members of this body.
I think the lady is speaking to the personal attacks that she received from folks outside of this body, unless I misheard what she said. And the lady is correct that it's not appropriate to talk about personal attacks of members of the body. Again, I understand her to be saying some personal things that she received from outside.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in that case, I would move the previous question.
Okay. Lady's not recognized for a
My FBA women, you see who interrupted our sister and our auntie? I'm going to ask again. Listen to who interrupted our sister speaking about the plight of our people. The same women, or one of those women, who give birth to white supremacists. The same woman who got many of us thinking there was a sisterhood when there never was one. The same sister, in quotation marks, who inherited us as slaves. The same ones who had a law developed for them in the 1600s because they would beat Black children and women so bad, either because that Black woman had a baby for her husband, or the baby was his, or looked too much like him, or she just felt like beating up on us. The same people who laid down next to their men after they lynched ours. The same women who lied on many of our men, who looted our homes, benefited off of tearing up our communities. The same women who used Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, and Miss Ida B. Wells' face now, but they'll never tell you that they made Sojourner Truth strip at a women's convention in the early 1900s just because. Notice they didn't talk about women's rights or push equality in pay or any of this other stuff when they were benefiting from us cleaning their homes, taking care of their kids, nursing their children. I could go on. That's the sisterhood. Oh, and let's go more current. One of them same women who are the first at the school to fight to erase the little bit of Black history that they do teach in schools. Now, I'm not saying I expect them to do anything, because I don't. People be getting mad that they take certain books out and all that. No, they never taught it right anyway. But I want to note, look who is the first in line to stop some of those books. Who goes along with they men? Some of the same dusty women out here, just like this woman interrupting our sister.
White women saw their men in trouble. And like all female animals, anytime the male gets in trouble, the female attacks. That is a law of nature. A law of nature. If you don't believe it, we can prove it in a zoo anytime you want to. Now, what happened, white women came out and captured our women and convinced us that white women were not as racist as white men, and convinced us, or convinced our women, that they would place them above their husbands, their brothers, their lovers, their children, their sons, and we say, then the white gays came out and convinced our gays it was a gay struggle and stole our gays, you know, okay? White students came out and grabbed our Black students, said it was a student struggle, and wiped out our Black students. And all of a sudden, we have to wonder, where's the fight? You know?
Right here is why you'll never see me, this freedman woman right here from South Carolina, marching with any of them against our men. I refuse to go out there marching with any of these people just because they can't have their way, or pretty much Trump is destroying their lives and they didn't think it would be them. You see, this lady who is doing all this hoorah while our auntie is talking. See, she's another, what I would call a Jane Elliott, a so-called friendly liberal woman to our face, but don't want to hear nothing about what we really go through or how to create solutions. But their sister, their friend. What this lady did was so disrespectful, all because she didn't want to hear it. But she taking up for them Hispanics and illegals and other groups, though. They can go to hell. This was never a sisterhood. Yes, I said it. Now, I'm not saying our FBA men haven't been programmed, because they have been, just like our FBA women, to be divisive. I'm not going to lie. We both have fault in that. We both say negative things. I see people bring up negative stuff all the time. They'll talk about a single mother who can't cook, or, you know, another female have heard them say, you know, our men ain't, you know, nothing. I'm trying not to curse. All that's programming. Even the people who think they know the most is programmed as well. But I leave you with this, because I'm not going to get too much into that, because I already gave you my point. We're powerful together. And we're meant to complete each other, not compete with each other. See, these women, or them folks women, got the game twisted up. They got us thinking that we need them. We need their sisterhood more than we need our men. And that's not true, honey. Honey, ain't nothing like the protection of a FBA brother. It ain't nothing like laying on the chest of a FBA brother. I mean, one of the most safest places in the world. We don't have to be independent all the time, ladies. And men, we don't always have to put down modern women. Not all of us are the same. Let's try to put a stop to some of this programming, because we know about it now. Well, a lot of us do.
For motion, Representative Cunningham, lady continues to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. See, it was my ancestors who came over as slaves, built this country with the strain on their backs. They sweat pouring from their bodies in the rice fields, the cotton fields, and the tobacco farms for this country. Lived as servants and was the footstool. I said the footstool.
Y'all hear all that noise they doing while this lady talking, just to be disruptive on purpose? All because she supported a bill that consisted of ICE rounding people up, and the noise is coming from the Black Boule and other so-called liberal friends. That lady ain't telling not one bit of a lie. Her people built this nation. Black slavery made America what it is, and every industry was built off our backs. I just did a video recently on indigo. A lot of people think we only pick cotton. No, every single industry. Indigo is the blue dye, for those who don't know, that they use to create jeans. And the jeans that you see now used to be called Negro cloth. Somebody else trademarked it, and jeans weren't always cool because, again, it was rough and coarse and considered Negro cloth. All that came from us. What about Wall Street in New York? We were the first stocks and bonds at the time. Banking, renting, insurance, brick making, building cities and buildings, all done by my FBA ancestors' hands. Slaves were not just owned, they were rented out too, to pay off debt.
For far too many feet to step on. So today, if you ask me to line up behind another group of people to raise awareness about their plight, I unapologetically say no. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, please accept my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Representative Cunningham. We not standing behind nobody. We paved the way. The 14th Amendment that everybody is abusing or have been abusing over the last few decades, that was meant for us. We were the currency, and there were laws, social customs, and norms all built around enslaving us. And I don't care who don't want to admit it. I don't care who come on here talking about what percentage owned slaves or who sold who. It doesn't matter. They all benefited from it. So we ain't standing behind nobody no more. We ain't putting nobody ahead of us no more. I mean, they had the red carpet rolled out for these people, and they got here a few minutes ago. I mean, nothing but millions in tangibles given to them. Don't let nobody lie to you and tell you they can't get help. They get plenty of it. While many of our people are still dealing with lost generational wealth, sabotaging our communities and business districts and more. And we still being pushed off of land through tricky and, legal loopholes. Y'all, when we started in the 1900s after slavery, we had 20 million acres of land and lost it all through violence, trickery, and even legal means. I could go on for days. I'm sure we're going to have many people talk about, how it's all in the past. Well, tell that to the $5 Indians who still get billions in reparations every year. I just read something recently about another group getting reparations after 80 years. But let me touch on the Indians real quick, the natives, as they would say. They owe us money too from the 1860s treaties, and they never gave it to us. And you know what's bad about that? They turned around in the early 1900s and changed many birth certificates of people who they considered Black. And I mean, they did this randomly. You better look up Walter Plecker and Naomi Drake. Naomi did a lot of changing birth certificates as she was over the vital records in Louisiana. And Walter Plecker was one of the people who were over the vital records office in Virginia. And they made sure to shut out all the Black natives from getting benefits that they were entitled to.
In the late 1800s, there was something called the Dawes Rolls, which was basically a census that made records of people's ethnic backgrounds in order to determine which Native American tribes would get certain land allotments and other benefits. After slavery, many Black people were associated with some of these tribes by bloodline, through marriage, through adoption, and even servitude. And because they were associated with these tribes, many Black people were entitled to some of these benefits. The government did not want Blacks to get these benefits, so they created a separate freedmen's list specifically for Black people. They also started to list any full-blooded Native American who had African features as Black because they didn't want them getting those benefits either. At the same time, they allowed white citizens to come in and pay money under the table to be listed as part Native American.
1895 and 1896, when a lot of the whites found out the benefits that these Blacks were going to be entitled to, a lot of whites went to the Dawes Commission and say, look, why don't you put my name on there? They said, but you're not an Indian. So that's what they said, well, I'll give you $5. So the rule got around, the policy got around that for $5, that a white could put his name on the Dawes rolls and be called himself an Indian and be entitled to all these benefits, and all their children could be entitled to all these benefits forever. And so that became known as what's called a $5 Indian. And so if you go around now and check most of the Indians, the so-called Indians in America, about 90% of them are not even Indians. They're just whites now who are passing as Indians. But they're getting all the benefits. And they're not paying any taxes, getting free college education. They put up a little reservation on the land that they don't live on. They have another home off and get all kind of benefits.
Iron Eyes Cody was another famous Native American person. He was in the media for years. In the 1970s, they utilized him for this pollution commercial. He was known as the Crying Indian. So he was a very well-known Native American in American culture. But the reality is, Iron Eyes Cody wasn't Native American at all. He was Sicilian. Both of his parents were from Sicily. So he didn't have one drop of Native American blood in him. He was another fake Indian.
And it wasn't just in these states. It was all over where they were changing birth certificates. That's why now you see many of these quote unquote Native Americans or $5 Indians looking like Elizabeth Warren. Now, again, some of us were brought here, but some of us were already here. We're not going back and forth on that. If you want to classify yourself as Native or Indian or anything like that, that's fine, but that's for you. You don't speak for everybody. And I'm trying to make a point, so we're not going to major in the minors all night or all day. I salute Representative Cunningham because she got the guts to stand up, and I'll keep saying that forever because a lot of these other representatives, they ain't going to do that. Meanwhile, in November, we were stuck with a person who washes greens in the tub and who told us what she wasn't going to do for us and said it with her full chest and vitriol. But her behind learned on election night, though. She stood on business by not doing anything for FBA, and FBA stood on business by not helping her get elected. Oh, they know they need the Black grassroots. They know, just don't want to admit it to themselves. And until they actually do something specifically for FBA, they're going to still be in shambles. And honey, they looking bad out here in these streets. I mean, they looking terrible. I'm telling y'all, we don't come from weak people. We come from people who knew their power. Yeah, we got a little bit of post-traumatic slave syndrome. That's in our bloodline, just based on everything we've been through. But our people were not weak, and they always stood up for themselves. They just teach that in public schools to make many of us think we were docile back back then. I mean, I see so many people. We are not our ancestors. Honey, I am every bit of mine. I'm kind. I'm chill in my everyday life. But if you come for me, I'm with all the smoke, just like my ancestors. And we were giving people hell and the smoke all over the U.S., even during slavery. In fact, they don't tell you, but they still studying what many of our FBA ancestors did around the Great Dismal Swamp area of Virginia. Now, you see in schools, they teach us that there's only one underground railroad, right? There were actually three. One running to Canada, one going down into Florida, and the Great Dismal Swamp in the Virginia area. In fact, it was said that Nat Turner himself, before being cannibalized, was trying to reach the Great Dismal Swamp because, of course, many people who do know about it, once you get there, you were safe in an area where, you know, a lot of our people were hostile towards slave catchers or any of them folks, really. They just don't really tell us the truth because, you know, when you learn, it does something to you. True tea. And they love using forgiveness only for us, though. Only for us. I say it all the time. Our ancestors believed in God, but they were no punk. Listen to what they did in the Great Dismal Swamp. Hell, just being in that area. Many people still studying how they survived in that area. They made a whole community in the Great Dismal Swamp and were handling them folks every time they came in there bothering them. I mean, they're still studying it to this day, but they'll never tell you that. And that is what makes our ancestors so dope. Now, y'all, I'm going to conclude the commentary portion of this video, but before I do, please be sure to like and subscribe. Y'all know I get a little long-winded. I'm sorry. Please be sure to like and subscribe to the Emancipation Media channel, and be sure to sign up to my email list for my website,
Around 2021, Americans started realizing that a new shift was coming, and that was the entry of illegal migrants into the country. It picked up a lot around 2024, and these particular migrants came to certain strongholds: Chicago, Los Angeles, and even New York.
Are you living in the shelter?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you get in the shelter? They give you food?
Yeah.
Do you give you a bed?
Yeah.
How long have you been in the shelter system for in New York?
5 months.
5 months you've been in New York?
Months, yeah.
Okay, are you working while you're here?
No, I don't.
Okay, why aren't you working?
I'm looking work.
You're looking for work.
Now, the presenter, the Nate Friedman Show, is interviewing this man who appears to be from Africa, and he's been living in this particular migrant shelter for 5 months. Now, he came to the country illegally, but like Nate Friedman pointed out in this particular video, notice the guy's clothing. He looks like he has on new clothes. He's eating for free. He's basically in a nice place, a shelter. And that was his reward for entering the country illegally. Now, I live in Uganda, and imagine if I were to come here illegally and get free housing, free healthcare, free everything. Want to know what happened to me from the citizens? That's exactly right. Because Ugandans would feel like something is wrong for anybody to come to this country and get free things while the citizens of that country suffering. And you know what? They're actually right. Well, let's get back to Boston. The governor in Boston is called Maura Healey. And Maura Healey has a very interesting program that's pissing people off.
Massachusetts is making headlines, and not for the right reasons, might add. Governor Maura Healey's administration is giving up to $30,000 in housing assistance through some home-based program for, guess who? You guessed it, illegal migrants, while working Americans are left struggling. Just think about that. Across our country, over 60% of people's income is eaten up by rent or either mortgage. Families, veterans, single parents, even people working full-time jobs can't keep a roof over their heads. Yet our elected officials find tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars, might I add, to house people who aren't even citizens.
You guys hear about the amount of money that you can get. $30,000 in aid through the home-based emergency shelter program, which this can be used toward rent payments, security deposits, furniture purchases, and more. Now, the TikToker here, shout out to Melissa Media Official, said it very clearly. There's so many people in America that spend all of their money on, housing, on rent, yet they can't get any help. But again, they're paying taxes. And that's what also is implied in what she's saying. They're paying taxes, working every day, contributing to the system. And the tax money is not going to develop new roads or new schools or new things to protect American citizens. It's actually going towards protecting people who are illegal in the country and don't add any value, which is something that I could never experience when I lived in Poland, when I lived here, or anywhere else. I had to pay my way, right? But that's not the case when it comes to illegal migrants. But wait, let's go into detail and see how it gets worse.
This undocumented Haitian immigrant blew through $30,000 in 10 months that was given to her by the state of Massachusetts to help her with rent. Right. And check this out. It was just only her and her son in a 3-bedroom apartment that was subsidized. The government was already helping them with rent. But on to add on to that, she had an additional $30,000. I thought we weren't helping undocumented immigrants. Remember? Oh, yeah, the state does not fund undocumented immigrants. They gave her $30,000 that she blew through in 10 months. When the last time your state did that for you?
So shout out to our brother Donnie on Timeout. I've mentioned him several times on my channel. He's talking about this particular lady that goes by the name of Nadine. Now, we can't see her face because she doesn't want to be seen. Now, she's a single mom. She has a child that's 4 years old. She's getting all of this money to stay in America illegally. But wait, there is more.
And she complaining that she needs more money. She needs more money after she blew through $30,000 in 10 months living in a subsidized rental the government already helped you with. On top of that, they giving you $500 a month for food. They furnished your apartment. You're undocumented. You don't supposed to be here, and you want more money. The entitlement. At this time, she stated that she don't want to give her full name. Nadine don't want to give her full name.
So she's also unfortunately ran out of the money, and now she needs more. Now, again, this is a lady who moved to the United States in 2021. She has a subsidized 3-bedroom apartment in Boston's Dorchester neighborhood. So basically, she has 3 bedrooms, and it's only her and her son. That gives her another bedroom for, you guessed it. But yet she's ran out of money in 10 months and she's on the brink of homelessness, even though she has that money. Now, her boyfriend is no longer residing in the home. So stop the show. So you had a boyfriend and then you've been in America for since 2021. Does that mean you already had a kid when you came, or did you get a kid when you got here? I'm not sure, but it's crazy, right? Now, she did lose her job as a home health aide. So stop the show. So like, why did you lose your job? Why? Well, but anyways, this is the situation. Okay. And people will look at her basically as being entitled because Nadine is receiving more support from the state than most Massachusetts families ever will. If you guys understand, like, Massachusetts, it's like one of the wealthiest states in America. I mean, you have a lot of your great colleges and universities are from Massachusetts. I mean, there's Harvard, there's MIT, you got Boston College there. It's just a lot of great universities. But the downside about Massachusetts is the tax, right? So people spend a lot of tax. It's hella expensive in Boston, just like California. I mean, it's like unbearable. So now you have people who are having a tough time living there. And so when they see a lady like her, they don't understand. Wait. I got something better for you.
Can't afford to live here, but y'all gonna bring some other motherfuckers here? That doesn't add up. It doesn't make no sense. None. I'm homeless. I work a full-time job, 40 hours, and can't pay to live here. How the are y'all gonna bring somebody else here? Don't make no sense. None.
So yeah, this is the guy last year who went viral in Massachusetts. a black brother who's trying to get into a migrant shelter program, but he can't get into the shelter because he's not a migrant. You see, this man talks about the fact that he works 40 hours a week, which is sad. Why is it sad? Well, see, even though he's homeless, he's working 40 hours a week, and his income, you guessed it, gets taxed. And his tax dollars go to help who? Migrants who are not citizens like Nadine, who blew past $30,000 in 10 months.
Boy, you don't sit your stupid ass down. Who the f- you think you is?
Now, all Americans are pissed about this, but Black Americans should really be worried about it. And I believe they are. Because you see, here's a way of empowering other Blacks or other immigrants to replace you. This is the kind of stuff that they give other people, but they don't give us. Like when Black Americans ask for tangible things like reparations, what do they say to that? Nah, we can't give y'all reparations. But when it comes to giving illegal immigrants something, they can do it. Now, let me just say this. As you guys know, I love Haiti and I understand their struggle. And I try to really sympathize and empathize as to what has happened to Haitians. And again, I've never met a Haitian that I dislike. I definitely understand like Haiti's being treated unfair and they don't have a fair share. And out of anybody that I feel that should get help in the world, Haitians are on my number one list. Unfortunately, this is about self-preservation, however. And I got to look out for the community that I'm from, #FBA. And this isn't tribalism or anything like that, because it's not. This is all about love. But a Haitian is going to side with the Haitian community. I'm going to side with #FBA, or Black Americans, because I know what our people have went through. And if anybody should get the help, it should be tax-paying citizens. Even if you're a Haitian American and you're a tax-paying citizen, I would side with you, because your money is supposed to develop the country. Like, I'm in a place, I'm living on the continent of Africa. People who pay taxes in certain African countries looking to get roads developed, looking to get infrastructure developed. And when those things are supposed to happen and they don't, I'm in a place where I've seen that, like where people complain about my tax dollars are not being used properly for whatever reason. Americans are saying the same thing. Roads are decaying. Educational systems are decaying. You have these students that are migrants and they're taking up resources. But if you were in their home country, they wouldn't let you do that. That's the one thing that migrants, illegals, or whoever else you may want to call somebody, or illegal citizens or illegal migrants, while they're rallying to stay in the United States, if you go to where they are from, they're clear that they don't want you there. If you go to the Bahamas, Bahamians are saying, we don't want Haitians there. What's going on in Ghana? Get rid of Nigerians. Mexico is deporting all of the folks from Central America out if they can. They don't want them there. Okay? They want to protect their resources, but then don't have a problem when people from other parts of the world, from their countries, come into somebody else's place, even though they would not share that same situation with you. And what that's called is a disparity. Nobody will let you come to their country and take up all the resources. Nobody will let you come to their country and just establish easy business. They make you fight for everything that you get. Trust me, I live in Uganda. I can tell you, it will not make it easy for you. All right? They won't. Everything you get is hard work. All right? And what I believe, and not to say that, people that come to America don't have to work hard, because they definitely do, but they shouldn't get help like that. I'm sorry. Like, American citizens should be valued. And again, you can't do that anywhere else. I mean, at least maybe in the West or UK or, Germany, but most third world countries will not allow you to do this. And that's the thing that I'm talking about. And that's not racism or anything. And one thing I don't like is people try to make you feel bad or like guilt you for having that opinion when they don't have that opinion about you. If Americans were coming to Haiti or coming to any other place, they would say, listen, get them out of here. They're taking up our resources. Point blank, period. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Jackson back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Junker. I appreciate you for all that you do.
So there's these African immigrant podcasters that started to speak on Black Americans. And I'm like, oh, here we go again. Why, brothers? Why? Let's go ahead on and play this video. I want y'all to hear exactly what they're going to say, because we're going to address this today, and y'all going to be left and shaking y'all head with this. Let's check this out.
Do you know people who make it so difficult for foreigners when it comes to English? Black Americans.
Oh my God!
I'm telling you, I feel like white people, they have that understanding. They understand. They actually want you.
They want to
learn. Yeah, bro.
Learn your language. White people, folks are open to learn, but the Black, they are like, they have egos.
They have egos.
They always they have this enslaving of each other mentality.
Yeah.
Right? When I first came to America, they have, even now my accent are not that good, but they can hear me, right?
Yeah.
If I'm talking to the Black, they don't really pay
attention to.
They just send me, but the white people want to let me. They will still until they understand.
Bro,
if you know every individual that come to America, maybe 70% might have experienced it. Talk to white people Black people when you don't have accent. They don't want to listen to you at all.
Yes, they don't have the passion.
They don't want to have that
patience
conversation. But white people will take time.
Yes.
They don't care if you're taking time for them to hear what you want to say. So from there now, who is racist who?
So because they think they are better. So in their mentality, it's like, okay, you are a foreigner, you came here to look for a life, that means you didn't have a life back home. I'm like, listen,
exactly.
The life that we have
Blacks, mentally
Black Americans. Let's be specific. Me, I like to be very specific. You know what I mean? So for me, I think Black Americans
enslaving the Africans.
Mentally, they do slave us because they think they're better than us.
Well, brothers and sisters, I didn't know that as a collective of people, which they're speaking very ignorantly, saying Black Americans. Listen, gentlemen, when you say Black Americans, that means you're speaking on all of us, not maybe some experience you had with a Black American or a few Black Americans. But when you say Black Americans, you're speaking on all of us, including me. Now, since you spoke on all of us, and that puts me in the category, sir, I've never did that with nobody. No person who is African that came here, that have an accent, I just start going in on them because they have an accent. I surely don't think I'm better than anybody, no matter who they are. I am not better than nobody. I am flesh and blood like everybody else, and I'm trying to stay humble as possible. So I can make sure I'll do the right thing before the Lord. So that lets you know that y'all ignorant, first and foremost. Number two, in relation to Black Americans, when we see you as another person from the diaspora, we don't look at you as no exotic or anything like that, right? We see you, we hear your accent. The first thing we look and say, oh, we say, well, man, hear your accent. Where you from, bro? Like that. That's the first thing we ask. Where you from? And if you tell us, well, I'm from Liberia. Oh, for real? Man, I remember that song, Liberian Girl, with Michael Jackson. Oh, okay. So, man, tell me about Liberia, you know, and then we want to find out a little bit and say, okay, well, what got you come over here to America? You know, like we just ask questions just like that. That's what we do. No different if when I've been places, even in the United States, for instance, I go to California, New York, wherever. They hear me talk. You're like, well, man, where you from? I know you're not from New York. I hear the accent. Other than that, they say, I'm from Texas. I thought that's where you were from. He said, I heard certain words you were saying. That's what people do. There's no harm. There's no foul in that. Now, you mentioned, when the white people, they want to learn. They want to this. Okay, let's get into talking about the white people. The reason why you have to flee from your homeland is because of the white people. Now, you may say, well, some of them may come by here. What do you mean us? Well, their governments, right, put all kind of sanctions on your country. They want your leaders corrupt. They put money in their back pocket so they can just keep doing you wrong. They want access to all your resources. Y'all come from countries where you have trillions. Listen to what I'm telling you, not billions, trillions of dollars worth of resources underneath your feet, literally. All you gotta do is go in the mine and get the gold, get the diamonds, you got uranium. Uranium is what they use to make nuclear weapons. Y'all got it literally in the freaking ground. Trillions and trillions of dollars. There should be no load shedding in the African continent with your uranium in the ground. You can make nuclear power plants to power up the whole African continent. Y'all sit here and let these people keep y'all poor, and to the point that you got to flee over here. And then when you flee over here, oh, the white people treat us. That's the diabolical game they play. They mess you up and then blame you for your own problem. Say, well, y'all the reason why the African continent look like that. No, it's their fault. Because they corrupt your leaders. They stealing your resources for pennies on the dollar. Same thing they did us, right? That's why a lot of Black Americans look at a lot of y'all on top of that as stupid. I'm sorry, you're stupid. Because these people burned down our whole town, stole our land, steal inventions, steal everything from us, then complain and say, well, why Black people are in the economic condition that they in? Why they have commit crimes? When we do the research, the majority of the crime in our community is based off of a lack of jobs and not having money. It is proven that literally when Black people get to the middle class and up, our crime is literally non-existent. That is a fact in the Black community. So if every Black person was at least middle class, there will be no crime in our community. No violent crime. Now, you may still have some domestic violence things or whatever. You still gonna have your scammers here and there, but not at the level it would be. And even crime in our community is still trickling down. You understand? So these people got your homeland messed up, because sure it wasn't the Black Americans going over there. Every time I see Black Americans in the African continent, just so you know, they show nothing but respect. They respect your culture. We try to learn the words y'all saying. We try to learn the language as much as possible. We all try. You know what I'm saying? Some of us are dressed like y'all or whatever. Happy to be there. We're not going over there to colonize your jobs. We're not trying to take over your jobs. We're not doing that. Every Black American I've ever seen in the African continent, they created a business and they end up hiring the locals. So we don't even go to your homeland taking nothing from you. We're not competing with you for jobs when we choose to live over there. We never do that. We show a lot of love when we go to the African continent. Every time I see a Black American, they show nothing but love. Okay? Period. Now, let me get to another part I want to get to about this conversation. You say, why do they keep talking about us so much? Let me tell you why. And I know it gets on their nerves at the same time, so hear me out. My mom told me something a long time ago. I'll never forget it. My mom said it was about the issue I was having at one point in time. And my mom said, listen, let me tell you about some people. Even though you arguing with them, going off on them or whatever, you're still giving them attention. And you think that, well, you telling them off, you doing whatever, but no, you're giving them energy, you're giving them attention that they solely really want from you. And my mom said, some people, you just got to starve them for that kind of attention. Let them talk, let them do whatever they want to do. Now, why am I bringing that up? A lot of them have figured out on these podcasts, nobody really want to hear what they're talking about. If they just keep it to their culture and their issues, nobody want to hear about it. So if they talk about, well, Black Americans this, Black Americans that, all of a sudden, guess what happens? Then more people start listening and Black Americans go and listen. And then Black Americans start, say, hey, man, what you talking about us for? And then at that point, now that's engagement on their platform. And then engagement turns into ad revenue. So they're like, so if I just talk about Black Americans and piss them off all the time, man, that'd be good for my podcast. Well, shoot, man, Black Americans, they treat us bad. And they are the worst over here to us. Oh, Black Americans said that. Why Black Americans do this? Black Americans don't have no culture. Black Americans think they're the only Black person in the world. Black Americans, Black Americans, Black Americans. And then that's how they run, and they're trying to run their numbers up off of talking about us. Now, at the same time, they may enjoy the ad revenue they're getting, but here's the other thing. Think about it. You have to talk about another group of people who's not even your culture to get your ad revenue up. That internally says to you, man, that's kind of messed up, that the only reason people paying attention to me is I'm talking about Black Americans. I can't talk about my culture, my country. I can't just keep it on issues about me. For example, they could be speaking their language. Why are they speaking even English? Why? There's no reason to speak English. They know their languages. right? So since you know your language, you really can reach out to your community way more. Because remember, we don't have an African language, right? And yet they're speaking in English because they're trying to reach people who are not in their particular community. Because if you're really about it, you'll speak your language. And that way, Black Americans not really in that at all. See, but even if it was to talk about Black Americans in their language, Black Americans wouldn't show up and nobody else would show up to watch. Because you don't understand what they're talking about. Unless you speak the language or you want to get it translated, but we don't even care that much. I mean, do you, bruh? We ain't tripping on you like that. But don't lie, because that's a lie. The Black Americans aren't doing that. Now, there may be some Black Americans out there that may be like, man, what you talking about? I don't understand you. They got something, but let me tell you something. That's an American thing, not a Black American thing. And I will tell you, Black people are way more tolerant of people with a different language than white people. White folks can't stand somebody talking with a different language around them, and for surely they don't like the accent. They don't like that. When I mention it's an American thing, because unfortunately, because of that big ocean that we have, we're not exposed to a lot of people. Versus, let's say on the other side of the world, y'all exposed to a whole lot of people, whole lot of languages and everything else. So because of we kind of isolated a little bit, in my opinion, that's why a lot of Americans don't do well with accents and languages and things like that. It's just the way people are cultured here. But some things are just American culture, and some things are just, but putting it all on Black America. Oh, they smiling. I'm like, no, you can't tell me every white person was smiling in your face when you showed up. That's a lie. That is a bold-faced lie. But the fact is, y'all want to come, some of y'all, some, not all. Listen. Some of y'all want to come over here and be a little Uncle Ruckus and thinking that's going to work. Well, ask some people in the Latino community right now about being a Tio Ruckus and find out. Ask them. Ask them about that. How that don't work in the end. And we want Latinos. Hey, don't be joining with them people. Them people do not like y'all. They using y'all. They don't like you. Oh, okay. And then in the end, what Latinos found out and ended up saying, hey, Black people was right the whole time. We right about everything. We warn everybody about it. We warn every immigrant about these people. And y'all don't listen till you learn the hard way. And now, instead of worrying about Black Americans, instead of worrying about Black Americans and lying, because you are lying, because not every Black American is treating you that way. You need to be worrying about making sure you good so ICE don't pick you up. I'm telling every immigrant that. You need to be worrying about your status or your family status right now. Leave Black Americans alone. Like, don't, because some Black Americans, listen, I'm not that kind of Black American, okay? But there's some Black Americans that be trying to call in on y'all. You know what I'm saying? So don't poke the bear, because that's what y'all like to do. Y'all like to keep poking the bear. Like, if poking a bear is let me give you an example. It's like you got warrants and you're going to speed past a cop. Why would you do that? Knowing you got warrants, you probably need to drive the speed limit so the cop don't go pull you over. But that's what a lot of you do. You got warrants and you're speeding past the cop full speed. And then when the cop gets you, you want to cry. Like, you knew you had warrants. Why are you speeding past the cop? Don't entice him to come pull you over. And that's what some of you do. Some of your status is not right. And you keep on poking at people to piss them off, and then they want to call in on you. Don't do that. That's dumb. I don't understand that logic. I don't. But anyway, gentlemen, stop lying on us, gentlemen. Don't do that. You're doing that for content, and that don't work out well for you. When you listen, let me give you a secret, gentlemen. I've been doing content for about 13 years now, a good 13 years. And I'm gonna tell you, you don't have to lie on people at all to make good content. Just stay in the truth. That's it. Just stay in the truth. And I'm not saying that some Black Americans may not, maybe clown you a little bit about your accent. I'm not saying that didn't happen. But doing content, you know that maybe you got to keep certain words. Some, you can't say all. It's never all of any group of people, of whatever it may be, right? You can't say all white people are anti-black. That's not true. That is not true. I would never say no crap like that. That's why I'd rather say white supremacist. You know what I'm saying? You can't say all Latinos don't like black people. That is not true. Not at all. There may be some that don't like black people, and maybe some Asians don't like black people. There's a whole lot of people throughout the earth don't like black people. But there's a lot of Asians and Hispanics and Arabs and everybody else that's cool with us. And so you don't ever say all about any group of people, because that shows how ignorant you are. But y'all don't have to, what they call that, engagement farming. Y'all ain't got to do that, bro. Y'all ain't got to do that. Find something good to talk about in your homeland. Trust me, there's a lot. Like, I see so much opportunity to talk about things that come from your homeland, and I don't even live there. You understand? I don't even live there. I have a whole show, based on things that go on in the homeland called, in the African continent, called Slave Queen. And it's not even disrespecting the Slave Queens either. We actually respecting them and giving them a platform to share their life story. I think it's what they doing is an interesting thing, right? See, I didn't have to I didn't have to disrespect the Slave Queens to even do that show. There's no reason to disrespect them. There's plenty of things you could be talking about that's in your community. You just don't do it. So I think talking about Black Americans trying to engagement farm is lazy. It's actually really lazy, to be honest with you. And that's what it is. And then, like I said, Black Americans get on your bumper, then you want to say they xenophobic. Oh, they hate us. Like, look at what you're doing. You make a content like this, and then Black Americans respond. Then you want to say they're being xenophobic. No, people have a right to defend themselves. I'm not saying defend yourself, and some people may not be like me. I'm going to handle it one way. Some people going to take it to another level that I don't take it to. So I just want to make sure on this microphone that I don't bring that element in or invite that element into what I got going on. But what I'm saying, in the future, if you're going to have these microphones, be responsible. Because if Black Americans start clapping back at you, then y'all want to cry. That's just really what I see.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. I know in this day and age with the Trump administration and some of the now former members of the regime like Elon Musk were bragging about how they were going to be shrinking the size of government, getting rid of all of these unnecessary federal workers, reducing the budget by reducing extraneous expenses. I know it's hard to believe, especially in a day and age of rising unemployment numbers and falling job participation, that there could actually be good news on the job front. But apparently, at least with one governmental department, there is. Looks like for all of their job cuts and agency reductions, there seems to be one agency that is hiring: ICE. Last week, Trump's ICE announced that they're lowering the age for would-be ICE agents to apply for a job. Up until now, you had to be at least 21 years of age to apply, but now they're dropping the age to 18. Trump's administration is offering all sorts of bonuses, all sorts of incentives, things like a $50,000 sign-up bonus and student loan forgiveness. All of these as incentives to join ICE. It's interesting to me because Trump personally blocked Biden's efforts at loan forgiveness, but it seems that he's willing to go ahead and do it because his ethics, like everything else, are completely and thoroughly flexible depending on what he needs at the moment. Situational ethics is one of the two pillars of white supremacy's operational MO. But this is what's going on in the Trump administration right now. They're trying to get more ICE agents, the younger the better, apparently. And reaching out to a bunch of young people, especially teenagers, that's particularly interesting. I guess the Trump administration figures that there's not enough out-of-work 20-somethings and even 30-somethings for them to be trying to recruit. Apparently, I guess it's so hard up for personnel, they got to go all the way down to the teens. And of course, the White House homunculus himself, Stephen Miller, is calling for all patriots, read white males, to join up. Send your application today, he says. I'm sure that scholar is going to be the first one to read all of those resumes, right? If ICE is hiring teenagers at this point, I think that some black youth and 20 and 30-somethings from the black community need to be applying for those jobs. Take advantage is what I say. The problem isn't that ICE is hiring. The problem is they're not hiring enough black folks. That would be my issue. That'd be the problem that I got with all of this. You want to make black folks the face of something? The white media is always trying to make us the face of something. They can make us the face of immigration enforcement. How about that? Make us the face of that one. Make it where there's a black man who's going to be knocking on your door or perhaps kicking it in. The black man's going to be the one throwing handcuffs on you. It's going to be a black woman telling you put your head down when they put you in the van. Make black folks the face of that. Now, of course, the left corner of the white media has already been giving their opposition because they're against anything that the orange man does. And I don't blame them for that. I'm not a cheerleader of his. I also know that there are people who are going to be saying that this is basically a recruitment drive for the dead enders and the human debris from the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, 3%ers, and the rest of the trash like the January 6 rioters. That's understandable too, considering that a lot of those January 6 rioters actually were in law enforcement or the military. First of all, though, American law enforcement has always been infested with white supremacists. That's the first thing I think needs to be reiterated. You had Proud Boys and their ideological allies who were bragging about how they were already in these police departments long before now. Have you forgotten about that? They didn't need to wait for an engraved invitation from the Temu version of Trailer Park Barbie, Christy Nome, to apply for a job. They weren't sitting there twiddling their thumbs going, say, you don't think that maybe ICE is hiring, do you? These guys have always been trying to get themselves placed in some form of law enforcement. They've been doing that for the longest time. That's their MO. They've been doing it for decades, if not centuries. The difference now is that at least people are going to begin to take note when they do it. They know who the members of these white supremacist street gangs are, family. Is this a problem? Of course it is, but it's not a new one. That's my point. Unless you just don't have the brains that God gave a coconut, you're supposed to already assume that these cops and federal agents are already card-carrying white supremacists. You're supposed to be assuming that. All the stories that we get of institutional racism in law enforcement, are you actually going to be sitting here catching the vapors at the idea that there's some white supremacists applying for these jobs? They've been doing it the whole time. Unless you're just suicidally naive, you should never be thinking, well, maybe that guy over there with the gun and the badge, maybe he's not a white supremacist. Well, I'll just wait and see if he tries to kill me or something. Then I'll make up my mind. No, you're supposed to automatically assume it. That's just common sense. And to hell with anybody trying to sit here going, well, isn't that prejudice? No, it's not prejudicial at all. That's pattern recognition. As long as it's been going on, you'd be a fool not to recognize, hey, there seems to be a pattern that plays itself out each and every time with these guys. But my point of this evening address is, no matter what you're seeing from the white media, this is not a new policy at all. The only difference here is that now, hopefully, people are starting to pay some attention, and that is a good thing. This is why I'm glad that the orange man's back in office. People can't close their eyes and hit the reset button like they tried to do during Biden's failed administration. That's the beauty of what's going on right now. People are actually taking note of it. The forces of white supremacy have been emboldened, and people just simply won't be able to ignore them now. They'll have to decide whether they're finally going to crush these guys or allow themselves to be run over. They're going to have to make a decision. That's what a lot of folks don't like. The real problem for most of these people who are clutching their pearls right now isn't that there's the Trump administration trying to entice racists to become law enforcement. The problem for these people is that now they know it, and they're terrified that somebody may actually expect them to do something about it. That's the part they don't like. That's the part that they're worried about. That's why they're sitting there going, oh, you can't be allowing this. They can't pretend as if Merrick Garland or the empty pantsuit herself, Kamala Harris, is going to do anything. They can't do anything about these racists as it is because they're not in office, which is just as well because when they were in office, they did less than nothing. When the racists are being open and blatant, they actually bring attention to themselves, and attention brings scrutiny, and enough scrutiny brings opposition. Just look at what happened with moron DeSantis and his asinine culture war crap in Florida. He and Chris Russo thought that they were on a roll, right up until the moment that they weren't. And you ain't heard a whole lot from Chris Rufo these days, haven't you? Yeah, because their little old momentum has run out. All that crap ran its course, like I told you it was going to. That doesn't mean that they're not still there, that they're not still a problem. But what it does mean is you need to understand where your power comes from and where your enemy's power comes from. So yeah, I know that this is actually quite different than what you thought I might say to this kind of thing, or what most people have been trained to say to this kind of thing. But we got to be realistic here. The problem is not that the bad guys are attempting to be on the march. The problem is that not enough of us are. The issue here isn't whether or not the 5%ers, 3%ers, the 0%ers, the loud boys, or the oath keepers, who I like to call the oath keepers. These morons, of course, they're going to be sitting here trying to find their way to slither into some law enforcement agency because they're desperately hoping that you won't be. The answer to the rampant racists on the march is not for black folks to sit back and hope that these savages discover civilization. The answer is for black folks to get in the game. As soon as you hear about these white supremacists calling themselves doing something, you're supposed to be right there to confront them. You're supposed to be right there to make it clear. Oh, no, ain't none of this mess going to be going on without us being in the mix. Oh, you guys are calling yourselves trying to front load this agency with a whole bunch of your folks. We're going to make sure that some of ours are in there too. You got to be realistic about that. The bad guys are sitting here trying to throw out a welcome mat for all of their pals. You're supposed to be standing on that welcome mat and making sure that there's less room for them. That's being realistic about the situation. Or you can sit back and wait, and who knows, maybe in a few years, Kamala Harris will become president, you hope, and maybe she'll do something. But she's already made very clear she's not going to do anything that's only going to benefit black people. So since she's the child of immigrants, should she be expecting us to do anything that's only going to benefit her? This is the reason why it's important that you listen to the black media. Rather than going into hysterics about every headline that the white media presents you and frames it in such a way as to make you get scared and anxious, instead, you're supposed to put on your thinking cap. And the first question that you're actually supposed to ask is, has whatever it is that they're trying to get me terrified about already happened before? Is this some unprecedented thing, or is it something that's going on right now? See, that's part of how the white media gets away with stuff. They take things that are constantly going on all the time. They'll go ahead and put a headline about that and make you think, oh my God, I can't believe the sun came up this morning. When did this start? That's the kind of stuff that they do. When the reality happens to be at least 2/3 to almost 3/4 of the stuff that the white media calls news, when you read it, you're looking and going, this is just a reprint of the same crap you told me last month. That's what they do with a 24-hour news cycle. That's what they have to do. Now, sure, it's new that ICE has lowered the age for their recruits. That's definitely new, but that's a distinction without a difference. The class and caliber of individual that they're looking for is the same. Only thing that's changed is the age that they're willing to accept. My question is whether or not there's going to be black folks, whether they be teenagers, 20-something, 30-somethings, whatever, who are going to be making it a point to see what opportunities for themselves can be gleaned here. Because that's what's missing here. This is not about whether or not black folks can dominate ICE. That's not going to be the case. We know that's not going to happen. But the question is whether or not black people are going to make it their mission that they're going to be in the mix at all. The bad guys are going to be the bad guys. We're not counting on these guys to stop. It is our job, however, to make sure that we don't stop. They open up the door, we're going to be showing up, sharp elbows at the ready, pushing people aside, hitting them in the rib cage. Hey, y'all need to back up. Y'all can't have all of these jobs now. Because you know what? You better believe that a whole lot of those folks who are probably related to some of the people from Latin America or in Asia or what have you, they're going to be trying to apply for those jobs. They're not going to be sitting there going, well, I just assume that they ain't going to hire none of us. No, they're going to be putting in their applications regardless. That's what they're going to be doing. And you better believe that a lot of those people who just so happen to be Hispanic or just happen to be Asian or what have you, those very people are going to wind up getting hired. Not all of them, but more than a few they've already done with Border Patrol. And speaking of Asians signing up to be ICE agents, Dean Cain, the has-been who played Superman back in the 90s and ain't had a job since, that dude of all people, he's bragging about how he's going to be applying to ICE. And he says that he's already like an auxiliary sheriff's deputy and a volunteer cop and stuff like this. Yeah, he might as well. I mean, it's not exactly like he's getting much work in Hollywood these days. But that guy, he's already talking about him applying for ICE. And he's not the only one. So the point is you got a whole bunch of fools who ain't got no business being anywhere near a badge or a gun. And here they are saying, I'm going to be signing up. You see what's going on here? All these other groups, they ain't sitting here quaking in their boots going, oh, the Proud Boys gonna get us. Instead, a lot of these idiots, even some of them who have the same mentality, they're sitting here going, let me see if I can get me one of them jobs. If there's any group of people who should be the least hesitant and who are the most deserving of having positions to be able to throw handcuffs on people and being able to walk around with a badge and a gun and say, now I am the law, that would be us. So yeah, if Stephen Miller and all of his racist pals are calling themselves doing a job drive, we should be there to put our bid in. If ICE is hiring, then we have every right to make sure that we don't get frozen out. Good evening, and be one.
I'm fighting for him. I'm going to get you out. I'm doing everything in my power. I'm fighting for him. I'm going to get you out. I'm doing everything in my power.
Here we go again. The media's latest sob story is being shoved down our throats. And surprise, surprise, it's designed to make you feel guilty for wanting secure borders. But when you pull back the curtain, the truth is a whole lot uglier and a whole lot dumber. The mainstream media is back on their emotional manipulation grind, parading another tear-jerking tale of a deported husband and to shame Trump supporters and border hogs. But don't fall for it. We're going to expose exactly how this so-called humanitarian crisis is nothing more but a carefully staged sympathy scam. We've got to break this down. The clips, the context, and the facts. Buckle up. All right, here we go again. Yet another melodramatic leftist propaganda piece masquerading as journalism. Honestly, it's getting exhausting. How coordinated is this thing? From national outlets to your average local news station, they're all working overtime to engineer this grand humanitarian crisis narrative, all conveniently tied to Donald Trump's legally justified and electorally supported deportation plan. Let's be clear about that. This isn't some rogue policy. It's a mandate from the American people. But what we're witnessing is a textbook case of emotional manipulation. Another handpicked victim story is being blasted across your screens. This time, it's a woman featured on KPRC2 in Houston, pouring her heart out because her husband was deported by ICE. And of course, the media frames it as some gut-wrenching tragedy meant to tug at your heartstrings and turn your stomach against immigration enforcement. But here's the kicker. When you actually listen to the facts, not the feelings, it becomes painfully obvious there's no victim here. No human rights violation, no constitutional abuse, just poor decisions, bad outcomes, and zero accountability. If anything, the only thing violated was my intelligence. So what's really going on here? Why are they pushing these narratives? Why are you suddenly the villain for expecting your country to enforce its immigration laws? Let's break this all down piece by piece and shine some light on just how desperate, diabolical, dishonest, and manipulative this media machine has become. Let's roll the tape.
Just stay down, or I have to get up and I have to show my babies. You fight for what's right. You fight for the people that you love.
Zakia Navas is forced to fight because her husband is currently in ICE custody.
My husband is in Lubbock right now because of the big hailstorms. He has a roofing business, and so he's there to do roofing jobs. And he was pulled over immediately by the sheriff for supposedly a traffic stop. Immediately once he was pulled over, an unmarked car showed up with ICE agents that got out, removing him and the other gentleman.
He was turned over to ICE for not having a license. Eventually, he was transferred to a detention center in Eden near San Angelo.
He says it's completely packed full of so many people, obviously, that they are just shoving in there. and it's a complete chaos.
What was your main message to your husband when you talked to him that you wanted him to know?
I'm fighting for him. I'm going to get you out. I'm doing everything in my power.
If somebody's watching today and says, well, he was in the country for 22 years. Why did he wait so long to get a citizenship? What would you say?
I pushed for it years ago when she was born, almost 7 years ago. And he's like, but I don't want it to look like that's why I'm married to you. And, maybe even a part of his pride too was what stood in the way, but never because he didn't want it to look like, he's using his country for that.
So now we've got another media outlet playing emotional theater, putting a woman front and center to weep about her husband being deported. Cue the dramatics, cue the violin. But here's what they conveniently left out. Her husband wasn't some innocent, blindsided immigrant. He was living in this country illegally for over 20 years, not a few months, not a misunderstanding, 2 entire decades. And not once did he make any effort to fix his status. He was married to a U.S. citizen and still did not bother applying for a green card. Why? She says his pride got in the way. Yes, pride. No. That's not pride. That's pure arrogance. That's someone who thinks they're untouchable, above the law, immune from consequences. And then you look at the actual arrest. He was pulled over for driving without a license. No license, no insurance, no legal right to be on the road. He was also working illegally, probably being paid under the table, not paying taxes, and skirting the entire system that the rest of us are enforced to follow. He ignored every legal avenue available to him. He never once tried to get right with the law. But now, he's the victim. Now ICE is the villain? Spare me. Let's call this for what it is. Intentional law breaking met with overdue consequences. And the only thing sad here is that it took 20 years for the system to act. But instead of admitting that, the left spins it into some moral crisis. Suddenly, it's about broken families and inhumane policies. No, it's about a man who broke the law repeatedly, consistently, and unapologetically. He was on the road dangerously. But of course, this is the tactic, the emotional bait and switch, the toss out the facts and then keep the tears and hope you're too distracted, too guilted into asking real questions. We've seen it 100 times before. These are not isolated cases. This is an entire playbook. Take someone who ignored the rules, dramatize the consequences, and weaponize emotion and shift blame from the perpetrator to the system enforcing the law or the people who are outraged about something like this. And then they have the nerve to say that this is about compassion. No, it's about corruption of truth. Because if this is the strongest example they can find to criticize immigration enforcement, I think they're in worse shape than we thought, guys. Okay. If this guy is their poster child, then the narrative completely falls apart. And immediately, there are no human rights violations here. There are no constitutional infringements, just a grown adult who chose for 20 years to live off the grid outside the law and gamble with the system and hoping that he never got caught. And when the system finally stepped in, we're supposed to call it a tragedy. Okay, let me be absolutely clear here. More of this should be happening, not less. You cannot run a functioning country by rewarding people who violate the law, dodge taxes, work the system, driving on the road without a license, endangering you and I and our children, okay? Because it needs to catch up to them. They want to run rampant, claim victimhood, but the real victims are everybody that was on the road driving. Imagine you're picking up your kids from school. This guy doesn't have a license. He doesn't know the laws. He doesn't know how to drive. And he hits you and your children. Okay. God willing, it's just an accident. And then he has no insurance. But what if something worse happens? What if you lose your life? Your children lose their life? Like, this is a very serious situation, but they want to play cute and act like the people who are really the victims, the taxpayers, the American people out on the road, are the ones who are the villains when we are the ones who are the victims. And this is the thing. When the system finally stepped in, we're supposed to call it a tragedy? Huh? Let me be absolutely clear. More of this should be happening, like I said, okay? Not less. You cannot run a functioning country by rewarding people who violate the law. Like I told you, dodge taxes, work the system, and then demand amnesty when it finally catches up to them. And yet, That's exactly what the left wants. They want to hand out American citizenship like it's a door prize. Cross the border illegally, work for cash, ignore every regulation. No problem. Come on in. Here's your free green card. And while you're at it, here's Medicaid, a driver's license, and maybe even voting rights. It's not just backwards, it's national suicide. And what's worse, this is not about helping real refugees or legitimate asylum seekers. It's about political power. It's about importing a voting bloc. It's about manipulating public sentiment with carefully crafted stories designed to bypass your logic and hijack your empathy. And every single time, they count on people being too scared, too silent, or too overwhelmed to say what we all know. This is madness. They've done the same thing with healthcare. Take the outrage over so-called Medicaid cuts. They made it sound like the sick and elderly were going to be left to die in the streets. But when you dig deeper, you find the truth. Illegal immigrants were being removed from Medicaid rolls. And now there is a work requirement for able-bodied adults. If you're healthy and a 30-year-old man mooching off the system from your parents' basement, hey, go get a job before you come to the government looking for handouts. That's not cruelty. That's common sense. But again, that's the left's game. Redefine basic standards as cruelty. Twist reality into law and order look like some type of oppression. And worst of all, pretend that breaking the law is now some form of heroism. Let's stop pretending this is complex. It is not. If you are in this country illegally, leave. Apply properly. Like, what's so hard about that? Follow the process. That's how a lawful society works. We don't need new laws. We just need the ones that we have to be enforced. And let's be honest, this isn't about hate. It's not about bigotry or racism. And really, that's what you're telling me? It's about maintaining standards that protect the integrity of our system and the rights of those who have done things the right way, immigrants who have done it the right way. The left doesn't want borders. They don't want rules. They definitely don't want accountability. What they want is emotional anarchy, where feelings override facts, law breaking is excused as bravery, and the only villains are the people who dare to demand a country with laws, order, and standards. It is unbelievable.
What was happening in that moment that you decided as a woman to jump into this situation?
Well, everyone was standing around recording and egging it on and, like cheering to them. And I kept waiting for the police to show up and waiting and terrified, And when I realized the police weren't going to come, I could hear someone, the man that I jumped in front of, literally crying to God, please God, somebody save me, somebody help me. It was the third time he had been knocked down and kicked in his face over and over. Somebody had told me 57 times. They had counted through all the videos. And I knew that if I didn't jump in, if he had fallen down one more time, he would not have made it out alive.
Did you know him, Holly? I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you know him?
No, I had just met him that night, just a few hours before he came to the birthday party. And that's how I met him.
So Holly, since Laura won't do an adequate job here. Holly, so you had a birthday party with him earlier. Why did you call him person? You don't know his name? I mean, it made it sound like you just saw somebody getting beat up, and you just jumped in because you're such a, citizen, a concerned citizen, and saw a guy getting beat up. But it sounds like you were there before it started. So are we going to, Laura Ingram, we're going to ask her, like, hey, Holly, why weren't you concerned when he was talking all this smack to all these black people that you didn't know who didn't go to your party? Because it sounds like you went to the party, you get shit-faced, then you went walking around and want to go get some more to drink, so you want to go to the club or something like that, right? And then there was some talking in the street. I hope Laura, maybe I'm wrong, maybe Laura will ask her these questions. I'm just wondering, why didn't you intervene when the Russian dude, before anybody hit anybody, when the Russian dude was talking shit to everybody, telling them, come on, you want some of this Russian? You want some of this Russian? When he was doing that. Because that's what he was doing. When he was saying, come on, what do you want? You want some Russian? You want somebody to put a piece of this Russian? When he was doing that part. Why, Holly, why weren't you saying, hey, dude, I'm from here. You're not. You're about to get your ass whipped. You're about to get all our asses whipped. I'm just wondering.
So you decided to jump in someone you just had met. I mean, most people, frankly, wouldn't do that. And over how long of a period of time did this transpire? Was this seconds, minutes?
No, I want to say at least a solid 15, 20 minutes this was going on. I mean, the videos that you see are little short blurbs, but this was going on for so long. It was ridiculous. And it was like one crowd would come in and start beating on them, and then another crowd would come in and take their turn. So it wasn't going to stop. It's not like one crowd came in and had their fun kicking them, then there would be more that would come join in. First and foremost, I just want to...
Yeah, one of my biggest problems with this is she's not telling the truth. It's not exactly what happened. This Russian dude was egging on people. I mean, it's on film, Johnson. There were black people and white people that tried to break this up. She wasn't the only person trying to break it up. I actually saw the film of a white guy and a black guy in between them trying to break it up when this Russian dude smacked somebody. They were there like this in the middle of it, trying to calm it down, trying to de-escalate it. And the Russian guy, with a head full of steam, hit somebody who he wasn't even engaging with. Like, he hit a third person. Of course, Laura won't bring that up because, well, the conservatives have already decided they want to spin a certain narrative, and the viewers are not intellectually curious in finding out anything more than they're talking as if these black people went hunting for white people. Well, that's not exactly what happened at all. It's not even close to what happened. The Russian dude was threatening. He wanted to fight. He was the one. It's in the video, man. People are saying, hey, he got what he wanted. Come on. He was doing that shit. And I don't know what world you live in. I can't do that. I can't go to somebody's neighborhood and be like, come on, you want some of this, black man? You want some of this? Yeah, you want some? Who wants it with me? Like, yo, there'll be people like, hey, what's up? He didn't think people would be like, yeah, what's up? I mean, this is crazy. People try to vilify a black woman, council person, she said. He egged it on. He was begging people to fight, and he got what he asked for.
The city councilwoman Victoria Parks, Holly, posted on Facebook that you and others, quote, begged for that beatdown. And then instead of apologizing for those comments, she made this comment. Watch.
You know, I am a grown woman. That night when I wrote on the internet, I meant it. That's the way I felt, and I'm not going to back down from it.
She's not going to back down. Holly, given how you're feeling, given your injuries, what's your message to Ms. Parks tonight?
I just want to know what kind of leadership you think that this is showing.
And everybody vilified her like she was saying something crazy when it was literally what is said on tape and heard on tape, what is seen on tape. If I go about a bunch of Latinos and Mexicans or Latinos or Hondurans or Venezuelans in their neighborhood or where they're gathered and start using a bunch of slurs and wanting to fight them for whatever reason, I probably don't make it out.
Say that I don't want to relive what happened to me, 8 or 9 days ago. I'm here to talk about the future and how we can change it. how we can prevent this from happening to anybody else. These heinous crimes have to stop. You know, I never want this to happen to anyone else, especially a mother, a daughter, somebody who is loved. So I just know what it's done to my family.
She needs to stop talking, man. I don't want this to happen to anybody, especially a mother or a daughter or someone who's loved. You know, it shouldn't happen to anyone. How about just end it there? That'd be good. That'd probably be a good place to go ahead and stick your foot in the ground and stop right there. Pull the emergency brake, because it started feeling like you were fishing to say something a little bit different than that. And I don't want to read into it. I don't want to read into it, but you're leaving a lot of room to read into it. It shouldn't happen to anybody. Nobody deserves to get sucker punched. Sucker punching is punk shit. I do not condone sucker punching. I also don't condone being with Russians. Anybody, forget Russians, being with anybody using racial slurs and inviting people to fight you. Then you get into a fight and get your ass kicked, and then everybody goes, oh no, and then now the white lady who they should have never hit, because that's the last thing you want to do in America, is hit a white woman. Because now she get to do this all week. She's already raised $500,000, which is kind of down. I expected her to raise more. How much did the other white woman raise? Just because she called a black kid the N-word a couple times? It's amazing what whiteness will do for you. Then it turns out she got a black boyfriend, and maybe it was all set up. I don't know what happened to that story. Let's keep going.
And I think that moving forward, we do need more accountability. And I definitely think that, you know, we need more police officers, but like he said, you know, the judges who are just letting people out with a slap. The man who...
Were you drunk? Were you all drunk? They were at a birthday party. Was it a kid's birthday party or a grown-up birthday party? Was there alcohol involved? I think there was. I think people were high and drunk when they hit the streets. I think the Russian dude was drunk out of his mind. I think he got off light. I think it could have been worse. Yeah, it looks bad seeing a guy get punched by random people. He's alive. I know people who aren't. That's all I'm saying. For being in the wrong place at the wrong time and starting shit. I think you were drunk. I think you could have made better decisions. No one, that doesn't justify someone sucker punching you. Sucker punching a woman is low anyway, man. Sucker punching a woman is low. And, you know, you should never do that. I can never condone such.
And I definitely think that, you know, we need more police officers, but like he said, you know, the judges who are just letting people out with a slap. The man who attacked me and might have permanently damaged me forever.
That you chose to get in the middle of men fighting. I don't know what the hell that was about. Can be my sister, man. I'd be mad at the guy that hit my sister. I'd also be mad you got into a fight with a guy you don't even know who started the shit. That's all I'm saying. It's like, I
should never have been on the streets, ever. And the fact that he
should have never been on the streets, ever. Jesus Christ, white lady. Ever? See, you got homicides or something? What'd he do? Would you have called the police and got into the middle to break up the fight to get the Russian dude off of the black guys? I mean, you just met him. So you don't, you know, so you want to protect the safety of all people, right? Just wondering, does the Russian guy have a history of violence? I mean, it just seems to me like a guy that would walk down the street using racial slurs, using the N-word, and telling people, come on, who wants some of the Russian? It seems to me like that guy might have a record. I don't know. I know I'm reaching, right? But see, no one asked that question. No one asks, hey, does the Russian have warrants? Does the Russian have a history of violence? Why aren't we hearing from the Russian? Oh, he left. Why'd he leave? Why is he not doing his victory lap? Where's his GoFundMe? I ask these questions because he's the primary person that got beat up. I got a feeling we know the answer. Because there ain't a reason in the world why the guy that took the major beatdown is not talking. And that's just something he don't want to talk about. Maybe if he talks, some of this story starts to fall apart. I mean, we are thinking people, right? We're not all born yesterday. Like, there's money to be made, right? Okay. Books to be written, movies to be written, maybe even. He ain't talking?
I am so sad, and I need to be the voice to help all of the victims that never got their justice. So I just want to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next on deck.
I wish he would have stepped in a lot earlier and cut that shit off. Yeah, man. Unfortunately, I haven't seen any interviews where she was asked any real questions. Everything that I've seen has been people pandering and saying no one asking like, hey, so run it down for us. Explain to me what happened. I haven't even got a video where someone said, let's take this from the top. Because I seen the top, but I don't know the top of the top. Like, I seen footage, right, where the white guy was the aggressor, but I don't know, like, she was there before anything happened. She would be an excellent person that says exactly everything that took place. It doesn't seem like we have a media that's curious enough to get to the bottom of that, though, does it? I wonder why no one wants to get to the bottom of it. I wonder why all of a sudden we're good enough with her crying and wanting to save everybody. She wants to save all of Ohio from fights. It's interesting. And all I'm saying is the fights that should have been stopped were when the white guy was using racial slurs at black people who were there that he didn't know, that weren't from the birthday party, that he's encountering walking down the street. That's a good time to de-escalate the fights before they start. And I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's up to her, but I'm saying, like, why is that not part of the conversation? We know why it's not. We know, but as I pointed out, there are things you don't do. Even with my friends, and we go somewhere together, and you start talking shit to a bunch of dudes, and don't get me wrong, I've been in bad situations like this. Somebody would go to a club, and it could be all black, and you do that shit, and you put us in a situation where we got the whole club running us out the club. Whole bunch of guys we don't know running us out the club, and we running for our lives because this guy went in running his mouth. Now, there are people watching this that don't understand at all how shit go in the hood. They talk a lot, though. They got a lot of conversation from their limited experience. And all I'm saying is, the reason why the cops came and did not treat this like the end of the world, because there were no casualties. There were no casualties. And they see fights all the time. Getting in a fight or getting beat up is kind of a regular Friday or Saturday in many metropolitan cities. Maybe if you're from the sticks and you don't know if that's what happens, that they're not seeing some crazy shit when they see people that just got beat up. You know? They're actually seeing what they normally see on a Friday. And I like to remind everybody, this was like 3 a.m, wasn't it? Wasn't this in the wee hours of the morning? This wasn't 7 p.m. Eastern time or 7 p.m. with the dusk. People are, you know what I'm saying? I'm just painting a picture here. There's no way to convince anyone that a person unarmed should be punched in the face by someone who, when she wasn't doing, you know, there's no way to convince anybody of that. I'm not trying to do that. But what I am saying is they're leaving out a lot of stuff. And I just want to know, why would they leave it out? She wasn't the aggressor. Why not tell the whole story? There's a reason why they won't talk about how it happened. They won't talk about, you know, the racial slurs. They won't talk about, come on, who wants some of the big Russian? They won't talk about that part. Because all of a sudden now, everyone can't be sad and sappy about it. It's just frustrating that we had this type of media, but this is what you get. I tell you, man, it's a beautiful thing to watch Trump's push to get black people to vote for him go up in smoke behind this story. And I still don't think Vivek Ramaswamy will be governor of Ohio. He's doing his best to try to win votes on it, though. We'll see what happens. All right. Let me know what y'all think in the comment section below. It's one of them polarizing stories, man. But at the end of the day, don't punch women in the face. Don't do that, okay? And at the end of the day, don't use the N-word around a bunch of strangers. And then don't invite a fight unless you down to fight everybody. You know, you don't get to say, who wants some? And then be like, oh, I didn't mean you or you. I meant this 4'11" guy over here. You don't get to do that, particularly when you smack the shit out of somebody else. You don't get to, I don't know what movies, I don't know what, you know. I saw Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze back in the day. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what movies y'all saw. You know, I'm just saying. Yeah? Yeah.
Was it A Bronx Tale with De Niro and Chance Palminteri?
Huh? You guys don't want to leave? Well, now you can't leave. Yeah, I don't know what the bikers got their asses kicked.
I remember being afraid, terrified. I just remember my life flashing before my eyes. And all I could think is, dear God, I hope my children know that I love them.
That's it.
This is Dabu7. Some updates here to this very interesting interstellar object that they've dubbed Atlas. They say that it's a comet making its way in, and they admit the trajectory of it is rather peculiar and suspicious. We have some scientists right at the gate saying that it's not natural. I've reported on these things. They've even gone as far as to say that it could be an alien probe or harness some kind of technology, and that it could be coming to either save us or destroy us. Well, now they're saying that it's got an unusual brightness, suggesting that this is not a common thing. And they go on now to say that the diameter is of 12 miles. Okay, in the initial reports, they were saying 7. It's now 12. Now they're saying that on July 21st, the Hubble telescope caught a glowing area at the front, something that's never before been observed in a comet. That is their exact words. They're saying, what is it? Why is it glowing like this in the front, like a headlight or something? Why is it dropping down into our plane on a trajectory that would, there's a 0.2% chance that it's natural? Now, I'm going off the data, guys. I'm not trying to go off a hype, conspiracy, or anything. We want the facts. We want the truth. We know some of the objects that's come through here before have been super suspect, but they put the name on a Muamua that meant scout. And then when you looked at Oumuamua, long, cylindrical, metallic in nature, picked up speed when it left off out of here, those are all facts. It's not conspiracy. These are facts. So we've got this massive interstellar object, the largest ever on record, moving the fastest they've ever seen anything move on record. Now, this, what they want to call a comet, is coming in, glowing in the front. And they're saying that a comet doesn't glow in the front. That's their exact words here. And we've seen comets, the whole thing glows like uniformly and has a long tail. And when it gets closer to the sun, it can even have two tails, an ionized tail, okay? We've tracked these and seen these over and over when they're comets. This thing, as you can see in the left image, in the center image, displays no tail. They're asking what and how. And some of the scientists are saying just that. Like, well, if this is a comet, as they say, where's the tail? And they're pointing at these images, all this data, and saying there is no tail. Instead, it's got an odd glow on the front of it that a comet shouldn't have, that you can see in the right image. So, odd details, indeed, coming out about this thing. They're saying that it's just not a natural thing. They keep hinting at this and making these statements. It's not natural. It's on a very finely tuned trajectory. Is what one scientist here says. And when it comes into close approach, we're not going to be able to see it because it's going to come right in past all the major planets, just perfect to observe everything, and then hide behind the sun when it gets to its closest point. Although they say it's not being affected by the sun because it's moving at such a fast speed. Timing and all this very interesting. Regardless, this is an interesting one, guys. Going to keep tabs on this. I'll update as I get more information. Join me for the live streams going live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on Dabu77.
So is 3I Atlas a space rock? Is it an alien craft? Now, you'll recall back in January, Jeremy Corbell, UFO documentary and filmmaker researcher, obviously been to Capitol Hill. He's met with all of these people. He warned all of us that the lie they were going to tell coming forward now was that we would be visited by some large interstellar craft, would be heading towards Earth. It would be extraterrestrial in origin, and we better batten down the hatches, get ready for it. I don't know, turn over all of our biometrics, give up all of our freedom, all of that. That's what was coming. He said it would be a big lie, get ready for it. And then just on cue, just a few short months later, sure enough, now reports are 3I Atlas heading towards Earth on sort of a collision course of sorts. Here's the Daily Mail. Mysterious interstellar object aiming at Earth is not natural, as scientists rule out comet theory. Now, that headline could be construed as misleading because hundreds of scientists have come forward and physicists have said that this is a comet. It is natural. Then you have Harvard scientist Avi Loeb saying there's no tail on this thing, and therefore it's not natural. It's not a comet. Sounds similar to the I always, Philip, can you help me out with this? Even though I know how to. Oumuamua. The Hawaiian name, Oumuamua. You remember that from a number of years ago, that long, like cigar-shaped craft that was sort of giving off weird signals and heading towards Earth in some capacity. Oumuamua. So this is the third in that series now. Here's some images. Here's what Dr. John Brandenburg wrote. 3I Atlas is not a comet. Comets are dirty snowballs of ices and silica dusts, usually dominated by water ice, but also more volatile ices like CO, which vaporize beyond Jupiter. The 2I Borisov, which was the second one in this, displayed this. Oumuamua did not. 3I Atlas is now emulating the latter. So similar to Oumuamua. Be alert, he says. Well, Ron James, Media Relations Director for MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, is joining us now. He's also the creator of the film Accidental Truth. And, of course, Ron has to deal with all of these reports that come in at MUFON and then goes out and actually investigates the veracity of these claims. Ron, great to have you here on the show for the first time. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for having me on. I'm a real fan.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I've been a fan of MUFON for a very long time, going back to my childhood. So it's great to have you on here. So you know Jeremy Corbell's comments in early part of the year about being warned about this lie that's being perpetrated. Then you have Avi Loeb from Harvard and others now saying that this is clearly not this is not natural. This is not a comet. What are you guys at MUFON dealing with on this subject right now? Can you help us parse this?
Well, you know, MUFON is dedicated to the scientific understanding of the phenomenon. And what we're looking at here is we've got Avi Loeb and we've got John Brandenburg, both of whom I've spent time with and I respect a lot. But there is not a great deal of other opinions that are lining up to promote this as some kind of unnatural item that's coming through the galaxy. So NASA is still billing it as a comet. There are some unusual aspects to it, certainly, but there's nothing definitive that could make us say, yes, we support the idea that this is an artificial craft at this time. But we can't disallow it either.
Yeah, we can't just allow it. But others
we can't disallow it.
Disallow it, exactly. You're right. So then what do you make of Avi Loeb's comments on this? I'm hearing from other insiders and physicists and friends who are saying that this is definitely just a rock. Like what would be the motivation for Avi Loeb to be saying that this is some sort of an alien tech that's heading our way? Like what's the motivation? And maybe you could tie this to what Jeremy Corbell was warning us about. Like what's the motivation for lying to us if it is a lie?
Well, you know, it's interesting. Avi has made his way into the limelight with these kinds of claims. It started with the Oumuamua that he claimed was potentially an unnatural craft, and then he raised some money and went and pulled magnets across the bottom of the ocean, trying to recover items from under the ocean from a meteorite, which we still don't have the complete data on that yet. And now this new phenomenon is something that he's also calling attention to the idea that there's some unusual characteristics about it that could potentially point to an artificial origin. And all of that is perfectly fine, but we do have a history of not claims, because he doesn't claim that this stuff is fact, but we do have a history of him calling attention to things that remain inconclusive. Now, nothing against Avi. I respect his work a lot. And as a Harvard astronomer, took a lot of courage for him to come forward with some of these ideas, and they may yet prove to be true. And then with Jeremy Corbell and what he said about us being deceived by the claim of an extraterrestrial spaceship coming toward Earth, I've been talking to the same people in Washington that he has. I travel in some of the same circles in DC. And also there's a researcher named Richard Dolan who put out a book and series about false flag operations. One of them was called Project Bluebeam. The idea that we would be faked out about alien craft coming for the purpose of reshaping society and anything else they could do while they had us under control. Jeremy's kind of espousing that same sort of principle. A false flag operation, in my opinion, is not a likely scenario, because in this day and age, you could have video of a flying saucer hovering over a city. Nobody's going to believe it. They're going to think it's all fake. And so I think if they tell us something's coming, it's going to be because something's coming. And I think that might have a lot more to do with why we're getting this limited disclosure from Washington, D.C., is because there is a time limit on how long they have to get the information out to the public. And so we're dealing with this right now.
What are you hearing about this October 29th timeline? That come October 20, I think it's 29th, maybe I'm wrong about this, something is going to happen. Like we're getting close to, maybe it's some sort of a limited disclosure, some larger scale disclosure. You heard President Trump asked about couple of questions about the massive drone sightings over the East Coast last year. Tulsi Gabbard says that she's seen these documents, and I think she claims that the veracity of these documents, she can't talk about them, but that they are real. I know the fall, right? It's perfect in time for Halloween, right? What do you make of that?
Well, we always get these deadlines and timelines. We had it in 2012 for, a major example. So there's always these times in the not too distant future where something major is supposed to happen. I have not heard anything inside of Washington, D.C., and I talked to a lot of the people that you see on TV, the Congress people involved. I haven't heard anything that says there's some kind of definitive date. Now, that being said, the managers of this information that have been keeping it a secret from people for almost 100 years now, they understand that at some point they've got to let the cat out of the bag. But how they do that is up for debate. What we've seen is that since 2017, they've tried to seize control of the narrative and parade out a few select people to tell us a few select facts. Because if the whole truth were to come out in some kind of catastrophic disclosure, the people that would be accountable for the fact that they've hidden this from humanity for all this time, and the potential crimes against humanity that come from, say, for instance, covering up a new alternative energy or covering up technology that could have taken humanity in a whole different direction, these people would have some explaining to do. So what we're seeing is this understanding that they're going to have to tell us something. At the same time, they're trying to protect themselves and their industry partners from what really would be an awful lot of accountability. And we're seeing this play out in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think maybe that's what's going on with the moon politics right now. I want to get to that in a second, because I sit in the camp that, we've had our friend of the show, Ashton Forbes, on multiple times, but others I've spoken to about free energy, that it exists, that we know it exists. Why are we still paying electric bills? Why are we still paying for all of this gasoline? We have teleportation technology, all of these things. So I sit firmly in that camp from the people that I've spoken to, and I'm sure.
Well, just remember the people that were paying this stuff to, people we're paying the electric bills to, and the people we're buying the gas from, they're the ones that are in charge. And so as long as, if there's any kind of a threat that would dethrone them from running the planet and controlling the population, they're going to do everything they can to delay or even stop that from happening. So, right. It's a sad fact of human nature, but the people that are in charge are not the most caring people on the planet.
Right, exactly. They want to protect these interests. I mean, you see it in the biopharmaceutical complex that's, RFK Jr. is trying to fight against as much as he can. So they own and control Washington, and they basically control the pocketbooks of those people that are in charge in Congress as well. I want to talk about the moon politics, because I think it's tied to all of this. So you saw these stories over the past 48 hours. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who's now, I think he's acting NASA administrator, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. He's interim NASA administrator. He announced we're building a nuclear reactor on the moon. And we already know the DARPA contract with Northrop Grumman to build a giant railway system on the moon. To me, this is me talking. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this is all total BS. And it's a total cover story for the fact that we've had a moon base for decades. Those in the know in the secret space program know that we have a moon base. I've talked to insiders in the U.S. Air Force and others who've been to the moon base multiple times. So they think we're stupid. They think we're absolutely stupid. So I spoke to an insider this morning who told me, so what do you make of this story? What do you make of this nuclear reactor story on the moon, this now partnership with Lockheed Martin to build nukes on the moon, all this stuff? And what this insider told me was, I believe they're getting ready to transfer the current moon assets that are used in the secret space program over to NASA and now Space Force as part of this sort of disclosure project that it's been there for decades. Now they're just giving us a cover story to kind of put it out there in the open. What do you make of that? Do you think that's true or false?
Well, the best way to parade something out to the public and say, that's been there for a long time and they didn't want to let anybody know about it, is to create a construction project and say, oh yeah, we just built that. And so what better way to disclose and again cover their accountability than to just include the presence of these in some new project. And the moon has always been a mystery. There's no good explanation for where it came from. There's no good explanation for how it manages this geosynchronous orbit that it's in. And there's all kinds of questions about the moon and its true origins and what the astronauts encountered on the moon. So, and then there's helium-3, which is a huge resource that could change the whole energy infrastructure of the planet. So there's a lot of reasons to put a power plant on the moon. And there's a lot of reasons to do these projects so that they can come clean about what's been there the whole time. So I agree with you.
Can you talk more about helium-3 and explain to our audience what this is and why it's so important?
I'm not a scientific person to discuss helium-3 itself, but helium-3 is something that occurs on the moon. It's very rare on Earth. And apparently it can generate energy through new ways of energy generation that make it super efficient and extremely volatile. And it's capable of producing great amounts of energy for very small quantities of the substance. And so getting helium-3 from the moon and bringing it down to Earth could change the whole energy infrastructure on the planet.
Do you think we're heading for full disclosure anytime soon?
I think we're never going to get full disclosure. There's never going to be a time where these guys come forward and say, okay, look, here's what happened back in the 30s. Here's everything that has been done since then. Here's all the records. Here's all the pictures. Here's all the secret programs. Here's all the messed up things we've done to humanity. They're never going to give us that. We're going to get... My prediction is that at some point soon, we're going to get some sort of acknowledgement that they've found positive signs of life, maybe on Mars or somewhere like that. And it's going to slowly evolve into more and more disclosure. But there's never going to be a time when somebody comes forward and tells us 100% of the truth, because it's just, it's not something they can disclose. Too many heads are going to roll.
Yeah, I agree. I'll get you out of here on this, which is the dark side of the moon. You know, I'm not just a huge Pink Floyd fan, but I am fascinated about both the moon base, of course. And again, we've spoken to multiple insiders, secret space program individuals who've been to the moon base through a jump room. You call it a Stargate, you know, et cetera. But I bet at MUFON, you guys have dealt with maybe hundreds, maybe thousands, I don't know, cases of, like, you know, amateur astronomers or even not so amateur astronomers who are using maybe their own high-powered telescopes, not like the Jason telescope I had as a little kid, but, you know, slightly larger, Orion size, whatever telescopes. And they've captured, I mean, countless craft landing in craters, you know, moving from craters, moving around to the dark side of the moon. Can you talk about that, what you guys have in maybe your database at MUFON?
Well, we certainly have a collection of reports about things being sighted on and around the moon. Obviously, nobody can see the dark side of the moon because it stays facing away from Earth. But there is a lot of records of reports and military reports and military witnesses that go back a long time. We just got the diaries of a UFO investigator from the 50s named Leonard Stringfield, and contained in his diaries are firsthand accounts of people that actually had interactions with these craft going to the moon, interviews with the astronauts that said they saw things on the moon. The moon is a big mystery in so many ways. The idea that it's an artificial satellite that may be here to surveil Earth, that it might even be hollow, none of these have been debunked. And so, although we can't prove it at this point, I think that the more we find out about the moon, the more it's going to answer a lot of questions.
Yeah, it's very fascinating why the moon doesn't rotate in the way that maybe other celestial bodies do with this weird synchronous rotation.
It doesn't,
so that
and what it's made of and what it's comprised of and where it originated and how there's so many coincidences, like the moon is the same size as the sun during an eclipse, all kinds of things like that kind of play into the astronauts. There's tapes of them saying that they were being surveilled by craft while they were on the moon. So,
I mean, that's an amazing, for anyone who's like, this is all BS, that's garbage. We have audio of the astronauts in the Apollo missions telling Houston that they're witnessing craft, and they had to switch over, if I'm not mistaken, from the public audio channel to the health private channel. They were taking their conversation private because they didn't want people to be spooked, but they were seeing craft on the craters where they were landing. Am I wrong?
No, that's absolutely true. And, I thought it was really funny. I was at the last UFO hearings, and Mr. Gold from NASA actually said that NASA was the most transparent organization he's ever been in. And if you listen very closely to the tape of the hearings, you hear somebody bust out laughing. And that was me in the back of the room because I just couldn't contain myself. NASA has covered up more facts about this whole phenomenon than any front-facing group, and they still continue to do it.
Oh, unbelievable. Well, it's been a real treat having you here, Ron. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you'll come back. Don't be a stranger. And we need more transparency. And I love that you were the one laughing about NASA's the most.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Geopolitical Trends, where truth matters. What if I told you that some of the very nations that publicly claim to support Palestine and the Muslim world writ large secretly backed Israel in its most aggressive military campaign against Iran? You heard that right. Recent reports suggest that several Arab states, including Jordan, Egypt, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia, all have enabled or directly supported Israel's recent strikes on Iran. Today, we're going to be lifting the secrecy and peel back the layers of this diplomatic deception and ask the key question: have the Arab nations sold out Iran? And if so, what does it mean for the future of the Middle East or West Asia? I'm going to divide this analysis into 5 key points. Number 1, the Syrian smokescreen. Let's start with Syria. Israel's strikes on Iran, what some are calling the most dangerous military escalation in decades, originated from Syrian airspace. Now, why would that happen? According to TMJ News, which is an independent reader-funded news platform, this wasn't accidental. The recent leadership transition in Syria may have been orchestrated precisely for this purpose. One report even calls Syria's new interim leader, the terrorist Giuliani, hinting at a puppet installed to quietly serve foreign interests. And what about the military logistics? Well, Israel jets were reportedly refueled mid-air using U.S. tankers flying over from Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Yes, Qatar, the same country that publicly positions itself as a mediator in the Middle East tensions, may have been fully aware of Israel's plans, and yet not a word of a protest. 2, Jordan and the permission to strike. Then there is Jordan, a nation that often voices solidarity with its Arab neighbors. But behind closed doors, what's going on? It's reportedly allowed Israel aircraft to pass through its airspace to reach targets in Iran. Let that sink in for a moment. Jordan, a Muslim-majority country, facilitated a strike on another Muslim nation. The move is seen by many as a betrayal, not only of Iran, but of regional unity. According to multiple news sources in the US, including NBC News, US officials have privately confirmed that multiple Arab leaders gave a nod of approval to the Israeli operation. That list includes Jordan. 3, Egypt's blockade and the $1.3 billion question. While Israel was launching airstrikes, Egypt was once again blocking humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. Palestinians trying to flee the bombardments had nowhere to go. This isn't new. Egypt has blocked the Rafah border crossing for years, if my memory serves me well. But why? The answer, many believe, lies in Egypt's financial relationship with the United States. Cairo receives $1.3 billion annually in U.S. military aid. In return, it is expected to toe the line, including blocking aid to Gaza when asked. As one critic puts it, and I quote, Egypt's loyalty hasn't been earned by faith or principle, it's been bought, end of quote. 4, the Gulf states, hypocrisy or a strategy? You decide. The United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia also find themselves in the hot seat. These Gulf states have long claimed to stand with the broader Muslim world, yet they've both developed deep strategic ties with Israel, especially since the Abraham Accords. While the governments don't publicly admit it, sources indicate both countries tacitly approved the Israeli operations on Iran, or at the very least, turned a blind eye. So, what's the motives? Security? Oil? Washington's approval? Whatever the case may be, their silence and cooperation reveal a hypocrisy that's becoming impossible to ignore. You can't say we support Palestine while helping the very military machine that bombs Gaza and antagonizes Iran. 5, what this means? Well, so what are we really looking at here? This isn't just about Israel and Iran. This is about a fractured Arab world where economic incentives, US pressure, and a quiet deal with Israel have taken precedence over unity, faith, and principle. What's more, this realignment suggests that some Arab states may now see Iran as a bigger threat than Israel. That's a seismic shift. The region is no longer divided into simple blocks of Muslims versus Zionists or Arab solidarity versus occupation. The new map is murky, transactional, and yes, unpredictable. And in the middle of it all, millions of the innocent civilians in Gaza, Iran, Syria, and others caught in the crossfire of power plays disguised as diplomacy. Here is my conclusion for you, because I want to keep this short and precise. So now we have to ask ourselves 3 fundamental questions. 1, are these Arab governments truly acting in the best interest of their people? 2, or have they traded principle for power, silence for survival? And 3, what will this new secretive alignment mean for the next phase of the conflict in the Middle East or West Asia? If this story shocked you, it should, because it's not just about war. It's about betrayal and the quiet collapse of the alliances we once thought were unbreakable. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more unfiltered analysis of the
Hi, everybody. Today's Tuesday, August 12th, 2025, and our friend Professor Miranda is back with us. Welcome back, Professor.
Thank you for inviting me, Nima. It's always a pleasure and an honor.
I want to start with the South Caucasus in the northern part of Iran. What has happened between the two governments, Azerbaijan and Armenia? Donald Trump said that they reached an agreement. It seems to me that it's too much. We have to be so much optimistic about what's going on to believe that Donald Trump can just bring the conflict in that region. But behind that, what's going on behind what the United States is doing in Armenia and Azerbaijan? How much of concern is Iran? Is Iran concerned about what's going on there? Is Iran, what would be the solution? What would be the proper approach toward what's going on there?
Well, obviously, the United States would like very much to break the link between Iran and Russia. And as a result, Russia would be isolated from the Persian Gulf. The north-south transport corridor would be held hostage. And the Iranians, too, would be disconnected to a degree from a key partner. And so that would be ideal for the Americans. And of course, Turkey is in NATO, and Erdogan is very much part of NATO. I know that some of our friends like to believe that Erdogan is supporting the Palestinian cause and Palestinian people, but that's really not the case. Erdogan is very much in line with U.S. policy. He works in a way in which satisfies the United States more or less, whether in Syria or Iraq or Lebanon or the Caucasus. There's huge overlap between the United States, the Israeli regime, and the government in Turkey. So the Americans, what they would like to see is the link between Iran and Russia to be monopolized. And the best way to do that would be to, at least to the west of the Caspian Sea, would be to cut the link between Iran and Armenia. Now, one thing that I should point out is that when the war between Armenia and Azerbaijan began, Armenia occupied huge parts of Azerbaijan. And a key point that many people don't know is that the Iranians, they were the only ones who were supporting the Republic of Azerbaijan back then militarily. And the Iranians began training them. And I've actually tweeted footage of the Iranians training their troops and training volunteers to take back their territory that is internationally recognized as belonging to the Republic of Azerbaijan. But Aliyev, the current leader, he expelled them under pressure from the United States. So he expelled the Iranians, and thus he delayed the liberation of huge parts of the Republic of Azerbaijan by decades. Then when the tide turned and the Israeli regime and Erdogan, but Israeli technology and drones in particular, when they were used and the Republic of Azerbaijan took back territory, and when Armenia was threatened, the Iranians supported Armenian territorial integrity. And when there was a threat of the southern province of Armenia being taken by the Republic of Azerbaijan, Iran sent large numbers of troops to the border and basically threatened countries that if this territory, including Azerbaijan, that if this territory is taken, we will invade. And those troops are there as we speak. Iran has never removed them. So Iran has a large number of troops to the south of the Caucasus, just in case. So this is where things stand. Now, Iran has no problem with any highway that links the east to the west of Armenia, where the two parts of the Republic of Azerbaijan can be linked with one another. It's none of Iran's business. As long as it is under the authority of the Armenian government, and as long as the Armenian government has full control over its own sovereignty across the land. In other words, Iranian trucks, private vehicles, trains, all of them must be able to pass through the border of Armenia, get to the capital of Armenia, and potentially pass through to Georgia, then Russia, or the Black Sea without having any difficulty. So there cannot be any third party with troops on the ground or who have control over territory in a way in which can impede Iran's relationship with Armenia and other countries that are alongside Armenia. If that happens, there will be war. In other words, Iran will enter Armenia. And Iran has already, in the past, they've shown that they're willing to do this. I don't want to go any further, but Iran has sent strong, very strong signals in the years past, in the 2-3 years that we've, the last 2-3 years, that they're serious. So up to now, up to this point, there's no evidence that the United States in this agreement has been able to undermine Armenian sovereignty. Now, some of your viewers will say that's being naive. The Iranians have been assured this, but that doesn't mean the Iranians trust everything that the Armenian and the Azerbaijan government say. And I think the Iranians will also be expecting written agreements with Iran as proof that this will not be the case. But at the same time, if Armenian sovereignty is undermined, the Iranians will open the road by any means necessary. So at the moment, I don't think there is any reason to be deeply concerned, but there should be concern. Now, two things that I think are important. One is that some say, well, why is it that in Iran you hear different voices? Well, the different voices are for different audiences. People in the armed forces will say one thing, but diplomats will say something else. Iran wants an excellent relationship with the Republic of Azerbaijan, with the Republic of Armenia, with the Georgians, with the Saudis. But at the same time, Iran will not allow its sovereignty to be undermined. So it depends on who is speaking about what. Now, again, we don't know for certain what is going to happen, but at this stage, the Iranians are not cautiously optimistic. The Iranians are cautious, and based on this explanation that I gave, they will move forward. If Armenian sovereignty is fully preserved, then there's no problem. If it is not, then that's a huge problem, and Iran will definitely deal with it. Now, the final point is that it's also in the interest of Armenia not to have its sovereignty undermined. The Armenians recognize that if they become a cul-de-sac, if they do not have access to Iran from the south, then they're basically cornered by Erdogan. And Erdogan is ruthless. So, and he seeks his own interests. And Aliyev is an ally of Israel. Both of them are allies of Israel. So Armenia knows that it needs to have a relationship with Iran. So it's not as if it's just an Iranian potential threat that prevents such a thing from happening. It's also in the interest of Armenia, just as Iran. So Iran's position is pretty unique. Iran supported Azerbaijan's sovereignty. It was the first to start training them until the Americans pushed the Iranians out by pushing Aliyev in the 1990s. And when the tide turned, the Iranians had the same position towards Armenia. I think it's the moral position, it's the legal position. Some Armenians don't like when I say that Iran does not support ethnic cleansing in Azerbaijan and the Armenians being ethnically cleansed. You know as well as I, we have many Armenians in Iran, we have Christians in Iran, we have churches across Tehran. We have Christian MPs in parliament. The constitution says that Christians must have MPs. The different Christian persuasions have different MPs, just like the Jews have an MP and the Zoroastrians have an MP. So they're highly respected in Iran. But in any case, some Armenians say, well, this territory historically belongs to us. The Azeris may say something different, but the reality is that the internationally recognized borders are what we have. And Iran has supported that from the beginning.
When it comes to Russia and the way that Russia sees the two countries, do you think that somehow they overlap with the Iranian vision, with the Iranian sort of strategy in those regions?
Russian and Iranian interests are converging increasingly in the Caucasus. As I probably said before on your show, that Mr. Erdogan has shown, and remember, your audience should know that I'm just an ordinary Iranian citizen. Iranian government, diplomats they have their own language. I'm just speaking as an individual. But Erdogan's behavior over the last few decades have caused no one to trust him anymore. No one trusts him. No one believes him. Many thought that he was being especially smart by playing off different actors against one another. But I've always said, and others have also said, that in the long run, this is actually more hurtful than helpful. Because once a world leader is no longer trusted by anyone, he or she has much less room for maneuver. And so here in the Caucasus, the Russian and Iranian interests are increasingly overlapping because the United States has, of course, become more involved here. And we've seen the Russians target Azerbaijani assets, both inside Russia, but also in Ukraine recently. And I think that's a sign of rising tensions. And the Republic of Azerbaijan knows that at the end of the day, the combined weight of Iran and Russia far outweighs that of the Israeli regime and Erdogan because of geography. And so I think that is something that he will have to consider. So even though the Russians are focused on Ukraine as we speak, but the reason why the Russians got involved in Ukraine was because of NATO expansion and the threat that it posed to Russia. Well, the Caucasus are also they're no different from Ukraine. The expansion of U.S. influence, NATO influence in the Caucasus is unacceptable for Iran, and it is unacceptable for Russia. So the more the United States pushes, the more the Israeli regime pushes, the more Erdogan on behalf of NATO pushes, the closer the coordination will be between Iran and Russia.
What's the end game for the United States if we assume that the United States finally wants to get there to control the corridor that they call it Zangezur corridor? What is the end game? What is just disconnecting Iran from Russia? Is something beyond that? Because we know what has happened in Syria. In my opinion, one of the main concerns is the security concern on part of Iran and Russia. When it comes to the Salafi Wahhabi movement goes from the Caucasus, goes to Central Asia, then comes to Syria. It's a huge security concern. How is that? Does the United States want to be somehow facilitating these movements in that region?
It's not only that, although that is very much a part of it, but also the Americans want to control corridors, and they don't want the Russian north-south corridor, which goes between Russia and Iran to the Persian Gulf and to Eastern Europe and the whole of Russia, because the corridors, of course, part of it goes from the Caucasus, but part of it goes through the Caspian Sea, and part of it goes through Central Asia. But the Americans also want an alternative route that is that rivals China's Belt and Road. So it is economic as well. If the Americans control the corridor, then the Chinese are in a much more difficult position. But also, as you rightly pointed out, ISIS and Al-Qaeda and all these other terrorist groups that NATO has been training through Turkey, through Jordan to a lesser degree, with Qatari money in the past, Saudi money, although the Saudis have distanced themselves from this sort of thing more recently. But these terrorist groups are basically to undermine rivals of the West. Except for on rare occasions, there's never been any serious attack by ISIS or Al-Qaeda in Europe or North America over the last decade and a half, more than a decade and a half. All the attacks have been on Iran, Russia, and countries that are rivals of the United States or that have problems with the United States, like in
Salute to our brother Andre Tony for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Pakistan. Chinese citizens have been murdered and attacked on different occasions. So ISIS and Al-Qaeda is, they've never carried out an attack on the Israeli regime. Even in the recent fighting that we saw in southern Syria in Asweda, we saw that while the Israeli regime was bombing Jolani's forces and Jolani's Ministry of Defense and even the presidential palace, not a single shot was ever fired at the Israeli regime. It was only directed at the Druze, and often we saw the slaughter of ordinary people. So these assets, ISIS and Al-Qaeda, are NATO assets. And the United States would definitely want to be able to move them around in Central Asia, because if Central Asia can be disrupted, then the whole Belt and Road, the whole connectivity network across Asia is disrupted, because Central Asia stands between Western Asia, Eastern Asia, Southern Asia. It's a key connection point. If there is instability there, or if the Americans have control there, then the rise of Asia in general is disrupted. And the connectivity across Asia is key, because Asian countries do not want to be vulnerable through the sea lanes and the sea routes, because of the American Navy, because of NATO, because of potential antagonists. So these land routes are well protected from Western interference. And that is why the West wants to be able to interfere there.
Many people may not know the texture of the society in Turkey, but I would argue that you look at the Turkish society and Iranian society are pretty similar. There's a lot of elements, there are common elements between the two nations. And I would argue, even comparing Turkey to Saudi Arabia, for example, that Turkey much closer, traditionally, culturally, all these aspects. But when it comes to the government and the Erdogan, you see something different. You don't see that sort of understanding that you see within the Turkish culture coming to the government. What's that? Why do they need to help these movements, these radical movements that they've been witnessing how these movements are destroying the region, but after all, they're supporting them?
Well, you're absolutely correct. Ordinary citizens of Turkey are very anti-Israel, overwhelmingly anti-Israel. I would imagine similar to what we have in Iran. But when the Islamic movement began in Turkey, when it began to rise, gradually the deep state in Turkey and the military and NATO, they were able to make inroads. And they manipulated the situation and brought people to power who basically were cooperating with NATO. And so Mr. Erdogan, initially during the first few years, he did some very positive things in Turkey, and that made him popular among a large segment of society. But ultimately, it turned out that he was just NATO. He was not, and he has been, sadly, using Takfiri groups and Salafi and Wahhabi groups for his political agenda. And that has created a problem inside Turkey itself, You see it changing the culture in parts of society and among religious elements, the more religious elements in society, in a way which did not exist 15, 20 years ago. 15 years ago, if you traveled to Turkey and you met some people, some of my own friends who I'd meet, they spoke very differently about their own society. But more recently, some of them expressed concern about Salafism and Wahhabism and extremism in Turkey. So again, you have to keep this in. The key is to remember that these Takfiri groups are very much a part of the US regional and global strategy. If you recognize that, then you understand where the problem lies. When Erdogan promotes and Qatar promotes Takfiri groups in Syria, they're doing it at the behest of the United States. They want a piece of the cake too, which is evil because these groups are utterly evil. But they're doing it at the end of the day in coordination with the United States. And we have to remember, Jake Sullivan on February the 12th, 2012 said Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. And ISIS was a part of Al-Qaeda. They separated from Al-Qaeda. And before Syria, it was these forces like Belhaj in Libya who helped bring down the Libyan government. Remember the Manchester bombing? The young man who slaughtered 20-some young kids at a concert in Manchester. He and his father were involved with these extremist groups in Libya. Do you think that British intelligence didn't know that? Of course not, they did. They were coordinated, they were working together. European intelligence agencies, North American intelligence agencies, many regional intelligence agencies were working together to bring these Takfiris into Libya, then into Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and elsewhere to push the NATO agenda. We have the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency document that was published, which was written in 2012 and later published, which said that the United States allies of the United States in the region wanted to create a Salafist entity between Syria and Iraq in order to isolate the Syrian government. That meant Turkey, that meant Qatar, that meant other countries in the region, Jordan, and so on. What was that Salafist entity? It was ISIS. This document was from 2012. And then the head of that agency at that time later on did an interview on Al Jazeera of all places. General Michael Flynn, who was a friend of Trump, he said that it was US policy to support this policy. He was the head of the US Defense Intelligence Agency, the most important military agency in the world, intelligence agency in the world. So when you look at it from that perspective, it's clear what Mr. Erdogan is doing. So those who want to believe that, no, he's sincere in his support for the Palestinian people, they're deceiving themselves. They're closing their eyes to reality. They can keep doing that, but it's not going to change anything. They can accuse Iran or Hezbollah or Ansarullah or whoever they want. But what he does is that he gives scholarships to Palestinians. With of course Western permission, he gives offices to political activists and Hamas and others. Why? Because the United States doesn't want, just like in Qatar. Why is Qatar allowed to have Al Jazeera, which supports the Palestinians, but it doesn't support the resistance? Al Jazeera doesn't support the axis of resistance. It tries to undermine it. And so does Qatar. but it supports the Palestinian people. Why? Because if the United States and the West were to shut down the cooperation between Qatar, Turkey, and Hamas, for example, then Hamas would they would no longer have any influence. They will no longer have any contact. So they need some middlemen, some people to sort of stand in the middle to do their bidding. If there's no Al Jazeera, then people will turn to other media outlets, and those media outlets are media outlets that the West has no control over. If Hamas, remember the political wing of Hamas, if they're not able to stay in Qatar and Turkey, then they will have to stay in Iran, and that's not something that the Americans would like. So it is very complicated. But at the end of the day, there's no doubt that Al-Qaeda and ISIS are in the American camp. And whoever is working with them is working in coordination with Americans. So now look at Lebanon. They're trying to undermine the resistance, the Northern Front. If that happens, that's great news for Israel. Who's doing it? It's Jolani. It is the US installed government in Lebanon. It is Saudi Arabia, and it is Israel. All of them suddenly find an enemy that they all want to cooperate with one another to undermine. Their interests are the same. So Jolani is a part of the same broader Western project, whether it's Jolani or whether it's Samir Jaja, the fascist head of the Lebanese forces, who was involved in the slaughter, the massacre in Sabra and Shatila in 1982, where thousands of Palestinians and Lebanese were slaughtered in Beirut, in southern Beirut, at that time under Israeli supervision because the Israelis had occupied. All these forces are working together to undermine the resistance. So, no one should be naive. Erdogan is pursuing his own interests, and that is to create a sort of mini Ottoman Empire in northern Syria, northern Lebanon, northern Iraq, and the Caucasus. And that empire runs in parallel with Greater Israel. There are points of contention, there are points of rivalry, but in general, all that Erdogan has done over the last few years is undermine the resistance, which has worked to the benefit, and so has Saudi Arabia, and so has Qatar, which have all worked to the benefit of the Israeli regime. There's zero doubt about that. If Turkey cut off ties with the Israeli regime, cooperated with the axis of resistance, the situation today would be very different from what it is now.
You mentioned the situation in Lebanon, Professor Marandi. Do you feel that we know that there is a lot of pressure on Hezbollah and on the part of the government, the pressure coming from the United States, from the region, from Arab states, they're doing everything to somehow disarm what they want to disarm Hezbollah. What does that mean for Lebanon? Because after all, we're talking about the security of Lebanon, the future of Lebanon. What do they want in your opinion? I'm talking about the Lebanese government right now. I'm talking about Hezbollah, the society in Lebanon. What would be beneficial for Lebanon in your opinion?
Well, the Lebanese government that's been installed by the United States, Saudi Arabia, they do what they're told. And of course, they have to deal with the reality on the ground too. But if they have to leave Lebanon one day and Lebanon is torn apart, they'll move with their families to the United States. Just like they'll go wherever Zelensky goes. Maybe their palaces may not be as, or mansions may not be as elaborate, but they'll go to the same sort of place, Southern California, Southern Florida, wherever Zelensky goes, they'll end up close by. What the Israeli regime wants is a broken Lebanon, a fragmented Lebanon, and they want to take southern Lebanon. They have ambitions in Lebanon, they have ambitions in Syria, they have ambitions in Jordan, and they have ambitions in Saudi Arabia, and they have ambitions in Egypt to a lesser degree. But their ambitions are to have the region fragmented. And if there's civil war in Lebanon, that's ideal for the Israeli regime. So the Saudis, by pushing for the disarmament of Lebanon, are pushing to empower the Israeli regime, because the only thing that stops the Israeli regime is Hezbollah. The Lebanese armed forces does not have the ability to defend the country. The Americans won't even allow them to have air defenses. They won't allow them to have an air force. They have nothing. If the Israelis storm Beirut, just like they did in 1982, it'll be taken in days, just like it was taken very swiftly back then. The only thing that stops them is the resistance. It's clear as day. So the objective of the Israeli regime is clear. And it is quite odd that those who are against Hezbollah, we know who they are. A lot of them are people who've been brought up to have an irrational sectarian hatred in our region, trained through Wahhabi, Salafi ideologues funded by, in the past more by Saudis, nowadays more by Qatar. I mean, one thing that people don't know is that the most important mosque in Qatar is the Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab Mosque. It is, the ideology is takfiri. That is, I mean, they may have pretty buildings, and they may have, women in makeup on their TV channels and models, speaking to, but that's their ideology. So, which is, it's very intolerant. And so, those who are bound, who are, who are closing their eyes to reality because of this this sectarian or religious or racial hatred that's been created within them, are closing their eyes to the reality that the only people who've sacrificed, that the group that has sacrificed more than anyone else for the people of Gaza is Hezbollah, more than Yemen. Because Yemen is far away. The Israelis bombed, the American bombs, but the Israelis are next door. In this war, 5,000 members during the last 2 years, 5,000 members of Hezbollah were martyred, and a couple of thousand family members. That's huge. No one, this is a small country. The sacrifices that Hezbollah has made to draw forces away from Gaza, and the battles in southern Lebanon were much heavier than what we saw at any time in Gaza. The Israeli regime went all in southern Lebanon, and they couldn't take any territory. And during that whole period, their forces were drawn away from Gaza. And even now they have large numbers of forces in the north because they're concerned. And Hezbollah wants to keep it that way so that they cannot focus completely on the south. So those who are conspiring against Hezbollah in Lebanon, they are in bed with the Israeli regime. And that means Jolani is in bed with the Israeli regime. Remember, Jolani has said repeatedly to the Israelis and to others that we have the same enemies, Iran and Hezbollah. He said that to the Israelis on multiple occasions through his messengers. Iran and Hezbollah. So Jolani, Saudi Arabia. By extension, Jolani is Qatar. And Erdogan. I don't want to say Turkey. Erdogan. And of course, the Sami Jaja, the fascists in Lebanon, and the likes, and people like him. All of them are in the same camp. And so those who, until now, they've blinded themselves to sectarian hatred or Western propaganda, they should begin to open their eyes and see the reality of who really supports the Palestinian people and who doesn't. Just like when they claim that, I mean, it's interesting. Some people say that Iran, these people who are very sectarian, they say Iran has done nothing for the Palestinians. Iran has done nothing for the Palestinians. Why did the Israelis bomb Iran? Why did they try to overthrow Iran? If they were just standing back doing nothing, then what's the purpose of having a war with Iran and getting hammered by Iranian missiles as a result? It's because Iran is supporting the resistance in Gaza and elsewhere. It's because Iran is what is blocking the Israeli regime from overrunning these territories. So, this is the reality on the ground, and whether some people like to believe it or not, it just depends on how, whether they want to open their eyes or not.
We had Steve Witkoff talking with Iranian and Russians, and suddenly he left the scene, and we had 2 attacks on Russia and Iran, pretty similar attacks using drones and the way that they were doing. So Steve Witkoff is back. and he's talking with Vladimir Putin. He had a meeting with him, and it seems that on Friday, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin would meet in Alaska. So, what does that mean, in your opinion? Is the United States getting somewhere with the case of Ukraine, or they're somehow making some sort of political moves toward Russia? Because we know that the situation, the reason that I'm bringing this up is the complexity of the region, what's going on, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, Russia, Iran, and it's all related to each other. What your take on what's would happen in Friday, or any sort of outcome?
Well, my understanding of Trump is that he's weak. He has a very weak personality. And one example of that is Witkoff himself. Witkoff, when he began to negotiate with Iran, he said one thing. Then after his interview on Fox News, he suddenly shifted, moved the goalpost. It was clear that Trump and Witkoff were under pressure. Of course, Witkoff is a Zionist. And so his interests lie with with Netanyahu and directly, and with the Zionist lobby. But still, Witkoff works for Trump. So his shift in position, his total shift in position, was clear in Tehran. It showed clearly that Trump was weak. And under a little bit of pressure from the Zionist lobby, he would change his position. And then, of course, as the negotiations progressed, and we saw that the United States was secretly plotting against Iran and using negotiations as deception. It wasn't as if the Iranians didn't know there was going to be an attack. I think I've said this before. The Iranians knew that the Israeli regime would launch war. I think the Iranians didn't believe that the Israelis would attack the highest officials of the land and military and civilian officials. That was a miscalculation, but the Iranians knew that they were going to attack. But I think that shows Trump's weakness and how easily he is manipulated. So when it comes to Russia, I think you have to keep that in mind. That Trump, I think without a doubt, recognizes that Ukraine is losing the war, and the defense lines are falling apart. And we've been saying this for 3.5 years. That in Iran, a lot of people were skeptical, but it was clear from day one that Russia would win. I mean, there were ups and downs, but it was clear that Russia had the upper hand for 1,001 reasons that we don't need to get into. But now it's becoming clear that things are finally falling apart for Ukraine. And I think Trump wants to end the war. But the problem is that Trump no longer has the momentum that he had on day one when he came to power. If he had ended the war back then, he would have been able to do it from a much stronger position, and he had public support. But now, after Epstein, and Trump has lost credibility at home, the Epstein issue is very big in the United States, and it's not going to go away. And then after the situation in Ukraine has gotten worse, and after Trump has lost his momentum and his popular support, now if he concedes to Russia, it'll be seen as capitulation and defeat. Because back then he could have said this is Biden's war. Now he can't say it's Biden's war. It's his war. In fact, it never was Biden's war. It was his war too, because the weapons that he gave to Ukraine, he always boasts about what he gave to Ukraine, the javelins and so on. So it was his war too. But let's say he would still say it's Biden war, and his supporters would have believed him. So he could have ended it back then but he was a weak person. And he's a weak person, as we've seen with our negotiations, as we've seen when he failed to follow through on his promises about Ukraine, and even the trade wars. We saw how he took these bold and stupid positions against China, where he had to back down when the bond market began to become dangerous. It became dangerous for the U.S. economy. So he's a weak person. Therefore, I think that he is raising expectations. So something has to happen in Alaska, because it would be very bad if the two presidents meet and nothing positive comes out of this. Because usually when two presidents meet, the agreements have already been made. There may be some, small issues that are stuck, and then the two presidents solve it before they meet or during their meetings. But they don't just go in and talk and then walk away with failure, because that looks very bad. So they need some sort of agreement, especially Trump. President Putin probably less so, but still there are expectations have been raised. But what can Trump give? If he concedes significant amounts of territory, then he will be depicted as a defeated president, someone who's probably deeply involved with Epstein, and all these will start coming with it. All of everything, there will be a pile on Epstein, the economy, corruption, the genocide in Gaza. People across the United States and Europe are turning against the Israeli regime. All these will be used simultaneously to bring him down, to weaken him. So if he concedes a lot, then he will be seen as defeated. If President Putin concedes after all these Russians who've been killed, and after they changed the constitution and added these territories to Russia, then he will be in a very difficult position. I don't know if it would be sustainable. So how do the two sides bridge this huge gap? I don't know. So I think the smartest thing to do, would be to have some sort of minor agreements over, I don't know, a sort of ceasefire, limited ceasefire where, I don't know, for a number of days, less drones are fired, or certain targets are not visited, or fewer missiles are used, or certain areas where that are not attacked, or something like that, for 30 days or 15 days. But I don't think there's a chance for a ceasefire, because that would be very bad for Russia. It would halt their momentum. I don't think that Trump can concede all that territory, because it would be very bad for him. Again, as I said, 6 months ago, it would have been fine. The neocons would have lashed out at him, but he would have been able to do it. But now I don't think so. And as I said, since he's a weak person, I find it very difficult to imagine him doing what needs to be done to end the war.
I think when we look at the way that the United States is trying to negotiate with both Iran and Russia, it's pretty the same. Sending Steve Witkoff, sending a message, or maybe in some sort of 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours of talk. But you look at Iranian team going to Russia, and you have people there noting and taking notes and getting what is the main point of the negotiation talks that are happening. Every time we see Russians or Iranians, Chinese, you see these people are, you see team coming up and making the deal and talking, negotiating, and they have speaker, and the other people are around and taking notes. But you don't see that happening with the United States. I don't know, how can you imagine that they're serious in this sort of negotiations that they're trying to implement, trying to do with Iran? How does it feel when it comes to Iran? Because Iran was negotiating, as you mentioned, with the United States, and I see the same way they're doing with Russia. How does it feel to talk this way to the government of the United States?
I think doing a deal with the United States is almost impossible. I would say impossible, but I don't think we should, speak in absolute terms. It's almost impossible, because we've already seen how, as I said earlier, how Witkoff moved the goalposts. The goalposts were in a place initially where we could have had a deal. The Iranians were willing to compromise over the nuclear program for a period of time. A better deal than the JCPOA was something, the Iranian wouldn't have accepted another JCPOA, but a reasonable deal where both sides could have been satisfied. It was doable. But Trump couldn't do it because he's weak, because the Zionist lobby influences him. And the same is true with regards to Russia and the neocons. And there's a lot of overlap between the Zionist lobby and the neocons. They're almost the same, really. They are the same sort. So as long as you have the neocons with this influence, then whatever Trump says doesn't really, isn't a yes is not a yes, a no is not a no. You don't know what Trump will do the following day. If anyone just analyzes his social media posts and his statements, they'll see that he's all over the place. And he's, insulting one world leader after another, one American after another, his own allies. He calls his own MAGA supporters, he insults them, and he belittles them. He uses bad language when he speaks about them, insulting and humiliating language. He has no, there's nothing that, it's almost impossible to define his you cannot predict his future behavior and language. He doesn't seem to have any strategy whatsoever. The people around him are not very sophisticated. They're not very bright. They're not very smart. And they're a bunch of yes men. Obviously, no one is telling him to stop posting stupid, things online. No one will tell him that. And then you see the White House, posting him as Superman and very unbelievably childish things. This is the White House. It's like in Iran, the leader's office, the president's office did something. And if the president or the leader's office did something like that, the whole country would be embarrassed. But so I don't think we can have any expectations from the United States. We cannot trust anyone in the United States, and therefore I don't think an agreement is really possible. I'm not saying it's impossible. And I think one reason why the Iranians continue to negotiate is that they want the world to see that they are not the problem. It's very important for the Russians and the Iranians and the Chinese and others to be seen as reasonable, because it's very easy to show how unreasonable the Americans are if you're just a bit careful. So sometimes some people get very angry by certain statements made by certain Iranian officials. I'm not saying that all the statements made by some, like the president or senior officials and the foreign minister are always right or good. No, some of the statements made by the president, I think, were not good. Some of them were taken out of context, as in a couple of days ago, where there was a lot of anger, but it turned out that he was responding to a question, but it was taken out of context. But the point is that a lot of this diplomatic language is used and deployed so that the world will see that Iran is reasonable. Because remember, for decades, through Western propaganda, through Saudi propaganda, through Qatari propaganda, through oil and gas funded propaganda, the Iranians were always demonized. The Iranians were always depicted as irrational and dangerous and so on. And Iranians, completely negative. That has changed completely, because the world now sees that it is Iran that's opposing this Holocaust. It is Iran's allies that are the ones who are opposing the Holocaust. They're the ones who are paying the price. So now that Iran has such such significant support across the board, they want to strengthen it and preserve it. So they have to be seen as being willing to engage and to be reasonably flexible. But that doesn't mean that Iran is going to capitulate. I think those who read this sort of thing into Iranian statements made by Iranian officials are reading too much, far too much into these statements.
How do you feel about Israel and the way that it seems that many people are talking about that Israel would attack Iran? And I literally talk with everybody that I talk with. They believe that Israel wants to attack Iran. How prepared is Iran if Israel decides to go in that direction?
The Iranians today are much more prepared than they were when the Israeli regime attacked the first time. And the Israeli regime tried to overthrow Iran. They gave it their best. They used their best technology. As I said before on your show, what the Israeli regime has, Zelensky can only dream of. And they used everything they had. And they failed. The Iranians, they have been studying what happened during those 12 days, and they've been preparing themselves for another war. We don't know if the regime will attack, but I think that if it does, it'll be much worse for the regime this time around. Iran is it is significantly more prepared than it was back then. And Iran now knows the Israeli regime's strengths, and it better understands its weaknesses, its vulnerabilities, and is dealing with them. So I don't think things are going to end well for the regime in case of any war, especially because it's so deeply despised. Every day that goes by, the world hates the Israeli regime more than before, especially since the images of starving people have begun to come out of Gaza. And this is something that your viewers have to all be active on. They have to increase awareness about the Holocaust in Gaza, because the Western media is trying to hide it as much as possible. But in any case, the regime, as time goes on, the regime is becoming increasingly despised. Now, some people will say, "Who cares? They'll kill, and then 5 years later, people will forget." I don't believe that. Every day that goes by, the animosity for the regime is becoming stronger and deeper, and it's going to expand further, and this will have huge consequences. So I think the weeks ahead for the Israeli regime are also going to be very tough because of what Netanyahu said about Gaza. And it will be difficult for him to engage or have a war with Iran or attack Lebanon right now because he's focusing on Gaza. Of course, there could be deception, and he may actually try to move towards Lebanon. But, I would assume that right now his focus is on Gaza. So I think engaging in a war with Iran right now would be very difficult for him. And engaging in a war in Lebanon would be difficult for him too. But anything can happen. And also, I would not rule out an Iranian strike on the Israeli regime, depending on what happens in Gaza or Lebanon. Because remember, we don't have a ceasefire. Iran did not accept a ceasefire. So on the day when the fighting stopped, many people said, "Why did you say that there was no ceasefire?" There is no ceasefire. There's a halt in hostilities. There's a cessation of hostilities. The Iranians said, if they stop, we'll stop. During the last 2-3 hours, the Iranians hammered the regime. The last strikes were Iranian strikes, which were very significant and very painful for the regime. But there's no ceasefire. And so the Israeli regime should be looking to the sky at all times. But Iran is preparing itself. But what is most important now is public pressure. I think people should recognize, those who've closed their eyes till now through blind sectarianism and hatred, they should look carefully at what's happening in Lebanon and see really who stands where, who is on the right side of history. Is it really ISIS and Al-Qaeda and those forces in Lebanon that are affiliated to the West? Do you really want to stand with these people against the resistance, which gave so many lives to help the people of Gaza? Do you want to stand with the Americans against Iran? Do you want to stand with the Israelis against, or the Saudis against Yemen, or Erdogan against the resistance? If that's where, if someone takes this stance, they're on the wrong side of history. They can pretend that they are not on the wrong side of history, but that's exactly what the Zionists do and their supporters do. They will be no different from the Zionists. They'll be the same thing, but they'll they'll be doing the same thing in a different framework. They'll be taking the same sort of position, but within a different context.
We know that Israel is talking about capturing all of Gaza and controlling Gaza. And the reaction coming from Europeans, from most of the governments in the Western, in Europe, they believe that is not the case. They're not agreeing on what Netanyahu is talking about. But after all, do you see Netanyahu capable of doing it? Because they've been fighting Hamas and they couldn't achieve it. They couldn't defeat Hamas. And they're talking about capturing all of Gaza. And how do you see the situation in Gaza? We know that starvation is going on, but do you feel that Europeans finally would support? They're against the policy that Netanyahu is somehow trying to spread, trying to talk about. How do you find it there?
No, the Europeans don't care about the Palestinian people. European elites, North American elites, Australian, New Zealand, they don't care about the Palestinian people. Just like the elites in our part of the world in the Persian Gulf region, and that's what they don't care about the Palestinians. Why? Look at the West Bank. In the West Bank, they don't have to take a stance. But what's happening today in the West Bank is horrific. Killings, the destruction of neighborhoods, the theft of water. That's the next Holocaust. The next Holocaust will be in the West Bank. And it's already beginning. The ethnic cleansing in the West Bank is horrific. But do you see anything about it in the Western media? Do you see Western embassies in occupied Palestine making any statements? No, because if they don't have to, they won't. They're, the New York Times, the Washington Post, Reuters, Associated Press, CNN, Fox News, Breitbart, The Guardian, The Independent, France 24, The Times, BBC, Sky, none of them are going to say anything about the West Bank as far as possible. They don't care. They're fine with the Israelis doing what they need to do. The reason why now they're being forced to take this stance in Gaza is because everyone has woken up to the reality and they are being discredited. Western media is discredited. Western journalists are seen as complicit in a Holocaust. Western leaders are seen as complicit. So they have to take the smallest steps that they have to in order to remain relevant, in order to prevent their societies from becoming more outraged. They're afraid of losing control. So they have to take these tiny steps, like, saying that we may recognize a Palestinian state. Recognizing a Palestinian state on a piece of paper as the Palestinians are being slaughtered and ethnically cleansed doesn't mean anything. So these minimum steps that are being taken, whether in the media or in politics, and right now the West is continuing to increase sanctions on Iran, but there are no sanctions on Israel. I mean, maybe a couple of people are sanctioned from traveling to Europe. Who cares? It has zero impact. And that is the objective, not to have any real impact on what the Israeli regime is doing. So the West is with the political establishment in the West is with the Israeli regime. And even in the region, as we see people starving, we don't see any, Turkey and Erdogan and Aliyev cutting off the oil trade. Some people say Aliyev, Erdogan he's not responsible. Aliyev, if Erdogan wants Aliyev to stop, he will stop. He will stop that day. And it's not just oil from Aliyev. It is also Kurdish oil. Syrian oil controlled by U.S. proxies in Syria that are being sent to Turkey and exported to Israel. And the same thing was happening in northern Iraq. So, and then you see the Emirates and you see Mohammed bin Salman conspiring in Lebanon. So as the starvation continues, the elites in the West and their, along with their regional allies and proxies, they are pursuing the same policy. However, the world is changing very fast, and the Israelis have failed on all fronts. I do not believe that the Israelis have succeeded in Lebanon or Yemen or Gaza or against Iran. They failed on all these fronts. In Syria, it's a more complicated situation. I don't think that Netanyahu can take Gaza. And I think what he's doing is he's destroying the Israeli regime because he's working for his own interests and the interests of his fanatical allies more than anything else. He wants to stay out of jail. And this is not in the interest of the regime. So I think that the more genocide we have, the more slaughter we have, the more costly it will be for the regime, of course, militarily and financially. But most importantly, the hatred for the regime that we're seeing grow across the world will continue. And I don't think that is something that can be ignored. It is reaching a point where it can no longer be ignored.
Thank you so much, Professor Marandi, for being with us today. Great pleasure, as always.
Thank you, Nima.
Syria. They're involved everywhere. I hope nobody supports Israel ever again. If you're a human being, I hope you never support this nation in any capacity. And you look at everybody sideways who does.
So recently, Candace Owens exposed the murderous crusade of the Israeli government as they murdered journalists in Gaza City. This coming as Israel openly talks about occupying Gaza. She also gets into the propaganda Netanyahu is using to justify these moves and how it's affecting politics in America. So let's get her take on this. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel.
Now I got to show you this. Obviously, much has happened. I hate to say this, but I'm somewhat relieved that Israel has gone masked down, because now we're over this very long period of what about October 7th, where they were gaslighting us and pretending that they were just, responding to October 7th. And those of us who were early being like, this is clearly, they're just going to take over the land. They're imperializing and they're going to mass murder a bunch of women and children. We've been gaslit for so long. And finally, Israel is like, yeah, no, actually, F it. Yeah, we're killing journalists. And we're just saying there's a Hamas tunnel under all of them. Yep, this is a headline actually. And I would show you the footage, but it's too violent. It wouldn't be okay for YouTube. It would get stricken on YouTube. Israel killed 5 Al Jazeera journalists in an airstrike, claiming that one of them worked for Hamas. Like, that's all they have to do. By the way, if you're watching this and you're a serial killer, if you get caught, you should just say that one of them, somebody was in Hamas. Like one of your, and then I guess nobody should care. I mean, I would just go to court. No matter what you do in life, by the way, if you are somehow breaking the law, I highly suggest, if you're watching this program, that you just weave it into Hamas. Like, you rob a bank. Oh, well, I took it from the bank because the bank had actually gotten the money from Hamas. There was a weird transaction with Hamas. The fact that they have been running this repeat absurd narrative after they have been mass murdering everybody, there's a tunnel, it's Hamas, is beyond ridiculous. And now they're murdering journalists. And obviously, the entire world should be calling this a crime, but Zionists pay people so well that people won't say it's a crime.
Yeah, she's 100% right. Hamas is always the propaganda that they use to justify any of the atrocities, even 22 months after October 7th, in which Hamas killed something like 1,000 Israelis, whereupon Israel proceeded to kill something like 200 to 400,000 Palestinians, depending on the stats you believe, constantly citing the propaganda we all know and have heard. If you're an American, Israel has a right to defend itself. It's our greatest ally in the Middle East. It's the only democracy in the region. And human shields and Hamas. Excuses, of course, that would not fly in the United States if criminals took people to an area and then the U.S. government just decided to drop bombs on it. No, I'm sorry. That's premeditated murder in a just society, in a moral society. But of course, Israel isn't a just society, especially in regard to its actions in Gaza, which they all cite as being Hamas's fault. You can still find Zionist shills that say the genocide itself is being perpetuated by Hamas and not Israel. But I'm sorry, October 7th doesn't give you a lifelong, unlimited, indefinite license to kill innocents, including babies pulled up from the rubble. I'm sorry, IDF, that doesn't at all.
They'll say it was an accident, or they will take this line that one of them worked for Hamas. They never have to present evidence, but you work with Hamas. It's like saying Kansas works with Russia, right? Work with Hamas. And so they have been targeted. They were targeted. They were killed because they are showing you what's happening on the ground as they imperialize and they take this land. That's what they're doing. They're expanding their borders into Syria. They're involved everywhere where Christians are being slaughtered. They've been doing this in the Middle East for a very long time. They are used to this deceptive plan of gaslighting the public and using their allies and media to do it. Very clear this is an assassination. And I don't think they really care anymore because there have been no consequences. So why would they stop? But there was a video that was going viral that I wanted to show you guys because I didn't, as much as I.
Before that, I just want to comment and say, hey, yeah, at some point, it seems like the Hamas defense might be as prominent and widely used as the insanity defense. Of course, this is even more insane than claiming insanity no matter what, because, you know, it's essentially justifying murder under any circumstances. So, yeah, I guess I'm with her there, too.
Learned about Israel, and I don't support them at all anymore. And I'm ashamed that I ever did. I am still shocked at the reality of what you are allowed to do if you just say or become Jewish. Like if you convert to Judaism, right? You suddenly are qualified to all sorts of things in Israel, which I was not aware of. And this user on Instagram does a pretty good job of, I think, alerting the world to how ridiculous the circumstances are in Israel altogether. Take a listen to this user. I'm going to have to pull up their name after the fact. Jeannie. I'm going to find the handle after the fact, but take a listen to what Jeannie shares.
I am not Jewish. I was born abroad in Spain to an American father. And around the age of 4 or 5, we moved to the United States where I spent the rest of my life and was raised very Catholic. My parents are Catholic, grandparents, great-grandparents. But if I decided to convert to Judaism, I could apply for Aliyah, the law of return. And under that law, as a newly converted Jew, I could move to Israel. On day 1, they would hand me an Israeli ID card verifying my citizenship. They would also give me a cash grant of $4,200 to $4,700 USD. You know, a little money to help me settle. And then I'd get 6 to 12 months of free health care.
Yeah, also, this is something that Daryl Cooper brought up, is by invoking Israeli citizenship on behalf of the fact that you're Jewish. This is a way that pedophiles have escaped the United States and gone to Israel, where they will not deport you back to the United States. Remember, its closest ally, they won't even deport you back to the United States under extradition because of this right being invoked, that you're now an Israeli citizen by virtue of the fact that you've invoked, you know, being a Jew. And that's a way many people have escaped justice from the United States. Is there any pushback against this? No, there doesn't seem to be.
And then after that ran out, I could apply for rent subsidies. So I could rent an apartment in Tel Aviv or Jerusalem for $250 to $390 per month. Plus, I would also qualify to not pay any income tax to Israel for 5 to 10 years. Now, if I decided I wanted to live in the West Bank, well, I'd get a bunch more. Israel would give me anywhere from $1,300 to $1,700 per month for 2 years. That's $18,000. And if I wanted to buy something in the West Bank, well, I'd get a little discount, $230,000 on a new house. But if a Palestinian has the keys to their home that they've had in their family for hundreds of years, it's meaningless to Israel. And if a Palestinian child throws a rock at a tank that is currently running through his town, demolishing all the homes, well, he'll be arrested and held indefinitely without trial. So I can't imagine why anyone would call Israel an ethno-state built on the idea of Jewish supremacy. If I, as a non-Jew, could convert and then move over there and get hundreds of thousands of dollars, but a Palestinian who's been there for hundreds of years is locked up for fighting back. Locked up, shot in the head, bombed, starved, tortured. Yeah, I can't imagine.
That really says it all, and that speaks to the fact that many people do have the keys to their residences that were taken from them by enforcement at first of the UN resolution and partition plan, which the Arabs did not want, and I can't blame them. They were totally displaced from their properties, disproportionately so. And then the Zionists grabbed far more land than even they were going to be granted under that partition plan. It was total robbery, a total land redistribution scheme by globalists at the UN. But yet, yeah, there's all these carve-outs if you just invoke being an Israeli citizen on the virtue that you become Jewish. That's exactly the truth here. She exposes it more than anyone I've seen. I haven't, delved deeply into this, but I know those laws do exist today. And Jeffrey Epstein was going to take advantage of those laws before he agreed to that sweetheart deal. Remember, he actually moved to Israel briefly between the time he was convicted for child molestation in the Florida case back in 2008, I believe, and the time in which he, basically agreed to that plea deal. That's what he was trying to do. Go to Israel, invoke some of these rights in case, the deal was bad, that there was actually going to be a punishment.
Where they come up with these crazy ideas.
Completely and utterly ridiculous, psychopathic, ethnocentric. When she says it in that regard of like, hey, if I did this today, here's what would happen, you really appreciate the absurdity of what is happening and what has been happening for a very long time. And it's partially because we've all been miseducated. That's the reality. I supported Israel, and it was like a sleepy support. Like, I don't know, it's in the Middle East. I don't really care. I've got other stuff going on in America. And then the more that I read, and you just realize the sleight of hand here, it's like gypsies. It's literally like gypsies. It's like, we are now going to say that we're not just a religion, but we're also an ethnicity. And now we're a place. Now they're saying, if you even critique Israel, you've critiqued all Jews.
Yeah, this is the classic propaganda scheme that they use to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. It's the first thing lobbed at dissidents of U.S. policy toward Israel or Israel in general. It's the first thing you hear. We all know this. Even Jews that do this are called anti-Semites. You see this over and over again. So it's not only a place, it's a religion, and it's a nation state that any criticism toward any of the three will get you labeled those things. Of course, that is becoming less and less successful, I think, as people see through this, just as they did when liberals just called everything sexist, racist, or homophobic. People saw through that, and it took a few years. I think you're seeing the same thing when it comes to Israel first mentality and the propaganda that supports just disparaging any critics of Israel.
That's a trick. That's a sleight of hand. And we have been the rubes. Like, we have accepted this and there's no whatever. It is what it is, as they have just been increasing their borders and mass murdering people. And this is in part because of the media, which lies on behalf of whoever gives them more money to lie, right? These are state actors. But now that we know this truth, like I said, it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we tell our children exactly what it is that is happening there, what happened there, and that we shame the people.
Yeah, shame anyone that defends this, because I assure you, posterity will look back on this not with grace, not with a conciliatory attitude toward anyone that had any role in this or supported this to any degree in the United States or Israel or in the rest of the world. This will age particularly poorly, like milk. This will be worse than the most rotten milk out in the sun for years and years and years, because of how deadly, murderous, and preposterous this scheme is, and the Israel first mentality in general is, especially as it pertains to Gaza. We talk about foreign policy implications and how the U.S. has shelved its interests for the sake of Israel in terms of regime change operations throughout the years, but especially when it comes to Gaza, this is not going to be accepted. This will be as accepted as slavery is in 100 years, i.e. not whatsoever. That's what I can almost bank on. I won't live to see it, but I have very high confidence in that. And I think people's eyes are opening for the first time about this. And it's just everything that goes along with it. The fact that they won't let journalists in, they don't distribute water through the GHF. You had Aguilar as a whistleblower on Tucker explaining the madness and lunacy and just, duplicity involved in all that. You see the Greater Israel Project, this desire to expand Israel's borders with the complicity of the United States bankrolling the genocide in Gaza, bankrolling a war versus Iran. It's everything put into it is just beyond the pale.
That are doing business with them. Like, I'm Jared Kushner, Ivanka, what are you doing? I just don't know how you guys look yourselves in the mirror knowing what's happening there, and you have small children. I don't care who it is that is invested in Israel. Like, I will be grossed out if somebody goes on a trip to Israel. Like, I'm at that point where I'm like, a genocide is happening on the other side of the border. You are watching this, and you know that all of this is made up because of a bunch of powerful people decide to make this a nation. So they had to justify that by being like, oh, this is the home of the Jews. And there's actually no biblical argument. There's no research that supports that claim. Nothing. In fact, there's very much research to the contrary. Crazy. I also appreciate this headline, Times of Israel. Netanyahu, if we wanted to commit genocide, it would have taken exactly one afternoon.
Oh, well, that's just great. That's great to hear. Yeah. If you wanted to do it, you would have done it in a shorter time than you're doing it now. What a great argument. I'm sure that helps the people that have families of children that died in Gaza. Yeah, this is of great satisfaction to them. Okay, I guess we were wrong the whole time. You aren't committing a genocide because it would have been done in a second otherwise. This is just so implausible to believe that it's just totally absurd.
Oh my God. We could have just killed them all in one afternoon. We didn't do that, which proves that it's not a genocide. No, what it proves is that you were trying to do this as you've always done it, which is deceptively, right? False flag. It's just a response. Oh, the response is taking longer than we thought the response would take. Oh, there's tunnels everywhere. And you just thought that you could really sell this in the media.
Yeah, that. They wanted to sell it, and no genocide has happened overnight. It's always played out over a period of time because it takes time to lay the groundwork and, unfurl the propaganda. And we've seen that propaganda in the U.S. Israel's just defending itself. They're the only democracy in the Middle East. All of their neighbors want to overrun Israel. If Israel gave up arms, there'd be no Israel, but the same isn't true vice versa. All of this nonsense is so stupid and humiliating to believe that they must just think we're all stupid. Like, we don't pay attention to this stuff. It takes time to murder citizens and gain the approval and support of a populace to have the capital to do this. Of course, most of Israel is behind this. Most of the United States political establishment is certainly behind this, but it's not true for a vast majority of people that push back against it, especially in other countries and foreign governments that have always been good on this issue, that know that this is a murderous genocide. So I'm sorry, it's not very persuasive and compelling to say you just would have done it overnight. You're saying you would have killed 2 million people overnight. I don't think anyone can even believe that unless you nuked something like 300 different sites in Gaza in one day. And I don't even know if they have that many warheads, and who does, because, hey, they're the only country in the world that has a secret nuclear weapons program, at least in the Middle East. And that's the nation that the U.S. shovels money into the coffers of.
And you did, by the way, sell it to the media. The media has been, obviously consistently supporting you. And there's been a near blackout on the topic of what you've been doing to the children. You didn't prepare for independent voices to have a platform. That's what you didn't do. And that is why, despite the fact that you likely planned this for years, I see evidence that you guys planned this for years, you decided that, okay, we're going to slow play this and hope that nobody notices. And now it's all come undone and everyone knows what you're doing. And like I said, I hope nobody supports Israel ever again. If you're a human being, I hope you never support this nation in any capacity. And you look at everybody sideways who does.
Yeah, she's right. There's no doubt they planned this for years. It's part of the Greater Israel Project, and it's part of the clean break strategy. And what I mean by that is previously in the 90s, there was what was called the Oslo Accords, the Oslo strategy. And adhering to the Oslo strategy meant making peace with Israel's Arabian neighbors, and also, being at least tacitly supportive of a two-state solution. Now, not everyone in Israel was, but that was a general idea that a lot of the political establishment in Israel even had at one time, to stop these waves of violence. But in 1996, we know that was the advent of the clean break strategy. That was essentially the total opposite of Oslo. And that said, hey, no, instead of, being diplomatic with our Arab neighbors, we're going to just go to war with the regimes that most hate our guts, or most we think are most suspicious of, like Syria and Iran and Iraq and Libya. And we're just going to overthrow them. And basically, we're going to do it on the dime of the United States, too. And I hate to say that the United States was more than willing to pursue that policy. And the roof was blown off this. The cover was blown by Wesley Clark in 2001 when he said he went into the Pentagon and saw documentation that showed that the U.S. was planning regime change operations in 7 countries in 5 years. And they happened to align with the countries that Israel, coincidentally, I guess, wanted to overthrow. So she's exactly right. This has been the plan for a long time. They finally thought they had the political capital to do it. And then you have the monkey wrench thrown into it, which is corruption and fraud charges against Netanyahu. And to get away from those charges, he's just going to plunge that country into as many wars and this genocide as he can to escape that from being the political focus within Israel. I think we're seeing that time and time again. She's also right, Candace is, about the fact that they couldn't account for the fact that the mainstream media wouldn't just toe their line in the United States as it always had in the past. It did do that, but there's a new rising independent media that questions it. You have voices, dissenting voices on the left and right opposing this. This is one of the most interesting single issue coalition uniting Americans right now in making political bedfellows among people that never would have aligned politically in any way. You got people standing up on the right against the Israel first mentality like Tucker and Candace, having the same opinion on some real good dissident leftists like Max Blumenthal and Aaron Matte and, Glenn Greenwald and Jeffrey Sachs. And that's a real phenomenon we're watching unfold. It's a real sea change we're watching unfold. Israel can't account for that like they could in years past when Americans just had to endure all the opinions of Peter Jennings and Walter Cronkite, Ted Koppel, and Dan Rather, and Bill O'Reilly all the time. Well, no more. We're far past those days. It's a good thing we're moving in that direction. Israel is horrific and murderous, but I don't see a stop to it unless the lobby can be undermined over a period of time from a cultural transition into a political transition. But we'll see where this goes. Let me know in the comments below. Is Candace Owens right about this? Why were
Coffee. Follow me.